Alright, here we go, guys. We are down to our first semi-final. The Gentleman versus the Hustler. Neil Wally versus Healy White. Healy, coming to you first. I mean, you already guaranteed yourself $2,000, potentially playing for another $2,000. I mean, at what point during this tournament do you start seriously thinking about the money? Does that start to weigh on your mind at any stage?
No, I don't think about the money, to be honest. I just want to get my name on the title, and then because that's always going to be there forever. I work for my money and I play for fun, and money's just a bonus at the end of the day. We are playing for a lot, but got to clear that out of your mind.
Absolutely. And obviously thinking back to the Nationals, you and Neil went hill before you managed to take it out. So does that kind of give you a little bit more confidence coming into this match? You've beat him before. You think you can beat him again?
Always set out to go out to win, but I know what Neil's capable of. We've played plenty of times. He's done a lot of coaching with me when I was younger, and I just play my game and see what he brings, and I know what he's capable of, so we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. And Neil, coming to you, so this is going to be your sort of third match in, I guess, quick succession. Is fatigue starting to settle in, or do you just kind of thrive on this kind of stuff?
I'm absolutely made up to be where I am. You know, the game against Dean, that had black ball shootout all over it. It did. So, you know, I've fought hard, I've stuck in. And then to play like that against Kerry, a couple of mistakes by both of us, but at the end of the day, I think I deserved to when I got the percentage balls, and now I've got to do it all again against this fella. So yeah. So I know what he's capable of, and we've been to champ together, and I've seen him play in the world. So it's going to be a tough match, but looking forward to it.
And having just watched the entirety of your match against Kerry, it looks like you're kind of peaking at just the right time, I'd say. Yeah,
I've seemed to get stronger. That black ball shootout was that sort of gave me maybe a polite kick up the backside. Do you know, I got 4 out of 4, or 5 out of 5, or 4 out of 4. So gave me a bit more confidence. So I'm ready to go.
Excellent. All right, thanks so much, guys. We'll let the players lag for the break.
Right, here we go. So, Healy White versus Neil Wally, both of these players, as you would have heard in the interview with Alex just before the match, have got a lot of respect for each other. Neil does a lot of coaching with the juniors, and Healy at one point, not in the distant past, was a junior. So Neil would have had a hand in coaching him, especially with his snooker. He's also a fantastic snooker player, as well as obviously a pool player in CNZ and in this format. And despite despite his slightly unorthodox feathering action that we were talking at length about yesterday. Brutally effective player when he's on. Manages to whip that one in, so destructive mood at the moment. He's playing some of the best pool I've ever seen him play, to be brutally fair. Look to run full ball into this yellow here to stop the cue ball, which he has done. And at his absolute best, you see, with Healy White, he just plays with no fear and doesn't mind playing the shots that other people would want to leave. Stops that pretty much dead on for the black. Bang, so break and dish. You heard that sound of the black going into the pocket. That was a warning shot. Don't leave me on, Neil. Destroy the rack just like that one. So Healy White quickly out to a 1-0 lead in the first set. The format does not change. It is still a race to 3 sets and a race to 3 games within each of those sets. If we get to 2 sets all and 2 games all, we will have a black ball shootout. So, and also after 90 minutes, there will be a shot clock introduced, 30 seconds per shot, and players will each get 1 extension per game. So everything's the same as before, nothing's changed. This time Neil Wally to break, looking to answer what Healy's done, and initially at least he won't be able to because he's gone dry. Neil's partner Steph is in attendance. Camellia Cook, I'm pretty sure that she'll be watching the stream at some point. She'll be at home with hers and Healy's 2 children. Became parents for a second time recently. Healy's nickname is the Hustler, just because of obviously his ability on a pool table. He'd make an absolute mean money player. And Neil Wally is the gentleman. Well, that's self-explanatory. Anybody who's met him will attest to that. To follow through, I think, into this red and just take it off the rail, just as he has there. You talk about cue power that many of these players possess, and both of these guys have it in spades. Neil Wally, you can obviously tell when he gets to the table, just because he plays a bit of snooker, but he can really deliver a cue through a ball, and Healy White, as you saw there, has plenty of it. Both players listed their favourite cue sport as snooker. I think Healy had his favourite tournament as this one. Neil Wally, the current South Island Super League champion, and had to fight through the losers' side of the draw to get to the semi-final. As Healy has not lost a match yet, so he's been on the winner's side the whole way through. Played this morning and managed a victory. Beat Des Wilcox 3 sets to 1, which sent Des over to the losers qualification match where he beat Adam Shaw 3-2. So at 5 o'clock, Des Wilcox and Simon Singleton will be on this table. But for right now, it's all about Healy White and Neil Wally. Two things going on here, whether it's a touching ball and whether it's a full ball snooker. Obviously it's a total snooker if it is a touching ball, so we'll have to figure that one out first, because then the question will be answered from there. So Adam Shaw doing the refereeing duties at the moment in Daniel Cole's absence. Definitely Ryan, he's played really well in that last match. He felt like he was getting back to the form that saw him win the Nationals. And Adam Shaw definitely gave him a run for his money in that game. It does look like he was going to run away with it 3-0, but Adam fought back hard, and Des, to his great credit, did an incredibly good job of staying in the moment and making it count. So he will be at 5 o'clock. So it is a full ball snooker. Didn't have to hit a rail there, so ended up not factoring into anything. He did hit the he did make the ball successfully. You saw the shark rack move on that shot, just because I think it was the ball running across it just made it shift. Might have overran that ever so slightly. Definitely looking to be there, but perhaps not with the sort of angle he ended up with. Oh, that's a tremendous strike though. Giving himself the choice of those two yellows towards the bottom of your screen. I'd imagine he'd be taking the one in the middle of that rail though. Neil Wally, a very attacking player by trade. Obviously he's played these rules before, so he does know how to dial it back whenever he needs to. Could put a heap of left on this and try to either get a split or a spot on the yellow from there. He has moved the red, but not enough for the yellow to be on, at least not that I can see. There is probably a half chance at it though. I'm going to have to spot the cue ball quite well for that to be on though. Oh, that's wonderful white ball control. I reckon from there it is on. That's all he needed to do as well. That's a tremendous positional shot, because had to land it basically in the like 100 mil square for that yellow to be on, and he was bang in the middle of it. So Neil Wally, 1 game each. Nice. 3 breakfasts, John. Was it that stressful? I did see that you were on a flight to Melbourne, John. I hope you enjoy yourself over there. Get to tune into this whilst you're over there as well. One other thing that Healy's got that you saw yesterday is an absolutely massive break. Of all of the players in this tournament, he probably hits that cue ball the hardest. Successful on such a break on this occasion. Reds look by far the better set. Wants to come back for that other yellow and the red and the... Hello? What are you doing, man? I'm trying to commentate. Yeah, semi-final. I can't understand a damn word you're saying. Sorry, bud. Yeah, correct, John. Especially when the pressure went on and you just see his natural game come to the fore. Just really started to open everything up, and the ball started to fly in, and then he started to get his little tricks out of his bag as well. And just going on about how excellent he is at plants, cannons, doubles, and little trick type shots like that. Move the red away from the pocket there. I think he's left it in the way of the yellow though, so would have wanted to play that yellow down towards the top right pocket on our screen. Can't do that right now because that red's in the way. Plays the cut instead. Probably would have rather that stayed over the hole, but still on for a chance. Oh, send it. Oh, cue ball, yuck. Just about managed to get it out of there too. That would have been quite fantastic if he'd managed it, but unfortunately just that little nasty deflection. Just cast a quick eye over to what Paul was doing on his screen. He's just teeing up something special for a little later on, folks, so hopefully we'll all get to see it. Get the feeling that we all know what it is, but it's always better to see it, so So we'll just leave it for when it does happen. Let's pay the yellow into the reds just to open the reds up as he has done. Pretty natural sort of angle here for Healy. He just needs to watch the leaning over the table, and also that he gets us out just far enough, which he has done. Somebody had better answer that phone. Gonna leave that red down this end till last. Didn't need to use the red there, pots it clean. Always good to know that it's there in case you need it, but even better to not need it. Has he come out enough for the red? He certainly looks like he has. This will just be just harder than pocket weight. Oh, look at the white ball travel. I think he's okay though. I managed to just avoid disaster there. A little bit surprised that he went that route and not just pocket weight and put it in the other pocket, but oh, he missed it. Dear oh dear, that's a horrible looking miss. He hasn't left Neil anything remotely easy here, but one thing that Neil does have is a snookering opportunity, which no doubt he'll use here. Might have actually left a little sliver of the black here for Healy. Look at the side view, top right of your screen, which we're privileged to have. I just wonder if that tiny bit of black actually pokes out. Hmm? Oh yeah. Gonna look to kick out at this. Oh, top right pocket, jeez. He's looking at the top left originally to get right in behind the black to put it in there, and he's very, very nearly deflected it off for the top right. And good little screw back here. He might move to the one on the left now. Oh, missed it. He's not even waiting for the executioner for the verdict. Looks like he might have had to dash away to use the toilet as well. Like he might have been in a little bit of a hurry to finish that. In the end, it's Healy who wins the game. So he goes 2-1 up. Players just taking a wee break before they get back into this match. So Healy White currently leading 2-1. So just talking to the players this earlier on, they're overwhelmingly in favour of this format, having the sets in the games rather than just playing to a set number of frames. Definitely adds to the tension when you've got playing frames and blocks rather than just as a standard straight race. And also the advent of the black ball shootout's been well received as well. Mini hill, I like that. Am I free to use that, John? Good descriptor for the getting to 2 games within a set. Looks like it's going to be the reds here for Healy, and rightly so. They certainly look better than the yellows do. Looks like one or both of those reds middle of the table will pass into the right centre pocket. Just needs to make sure of this ball first. And no problems. And probably take the higher ball of the 2 here, because we may be able to top through for this and just wind up on that red that's just in between all those yellows there. It looks like he's pretty straight on this, so shouldn't have any issue getting on that. But he's ended up falling short. Can still reset though. The 2 reds down this half of the table here, that closest to the view, is they do offer a good opportunity, one or both of them, to get back onto that red. It's on both of those pockets, left hand side of the table there. I'm trying to get back on it here. Hasn't quite gone far enough for that ball, but if he isn't on it, then he is on the red to the middle pocket. No, it looks like he's left it gone enough for it to be on. Lovely little lace in there. I'll just flick this in and look to just coast back across to the left hand side of the table. I wanted that to stop a bit sooner than it did. Now this becomes awkward now, because maybe a chance to go an off on this, but maybe an off that yellow that's near that centre bag. Should be okay though, he just needs to make sure he pots this. Looks good, but fails to drop, so chance handed to Neil here. I imagine Neil will try to follow through on this and try to get the cue ball to go past that yellow, just in case he misses it. Or he could very well just top through this anyway. Oh, missed it. He had to go for the clearance, and he may very well pay for that. Not knocking what he did at all, I'm just saying that he absolutely needed to make sure he potted that. Instead it's Healy with a chance to win the set. And indeed, 1-0 up is Healy White. So each of these last 2 frames, Neil's had a chance to pinch it off Healy, but it hasn't quite been good enough, so hopefully that's not going to cause him too many problems. And just in terms of this being a competition, so I don't yet have access to changing the score, but it is 1-0 Healy White over Neil Wally currently. And so Neil will kick us off in the second set. Needs to take his finishing opportunities better than he did in the last set. Feel a little aggrieved that he didn't at least get a game out of that, but there's no time to dwell on the past. This is now, you're now playing in the present. (1-0) sets to Healy.
What, -1?
So Neil potting a ball off the break there. It all hinges on whether that yellow next to the red and bulk is on, because if that's on then it's yellows all day long. If it's not on, however, then the red most likely will be, and you'd be taking reds. Just taking his time over this. It does appear that the red will drop, but how's he going to work his cue ball with that yellow being there? Could quite easily run into that yellow and spoil it, so may end up taking the one over the middle pocket just to leave himself a slightly better angle. So this is a better shot for the one just down the rail and bulk there. You want to come out low of that second red, ideally, because then that will give him that natural angle to go back up table. So that should be fine. He just needs to dig into this. Yes, he does. Just a little bit of touch. And cut this one in the middle, and if you can go underneath that yellow, or even bump into it to be on the red, just like that. And after that he'll be looking for fairly straight lines here, so this will just be pocket weight. Leave this relatively straight, so all he has to do is follow through on it. And just as simple as that. A similar shot here. Play this for the middle pocket on the left of your screen. Take the rail, come off slightly to make this an easier ball to cue. And now just needs to apply the finishing touch. And this he does, so Neil Wally takes the first game of the second set. Best way to put the disappointment of the previous set behind you. Win the first game of the second set. Healy will get a chance to do to Neil what Neil managed to do to him in that first game. Always like watching a good break and dash. Healy just as capable as the next player in this room to do that, especially with this massive break that he's got. You see the cue ball flying around the table is it's a touch dangerous. Sometimes you can get yourself into all sorts of problems with that, but on this occasion he's managed to keep it on the table. Much of a muchness as to what set to take here. Probably yellows for me. He's going for the yellow in between those two reds there. Left himself pretty much hard on that red, but the yellow will go into the top pocket. maybe not quite as on that yellow as he would have liked. I think a little bit further along, so he wasn't this side of it. Oh, that hasn't come off anywhere near as he would have liked. He's lifted his head slightly early. He does tend to lift his head ever so slightly when he cues, but usually it's after he's actually delivered the cue. Yeah, that's why they're there, John. Proven in this tournament that they are the 4 of the best players in New Zealand. I think the other 2 being, I think, Adam Lilly and Baden Jackson, both of whom were knocked out yesterday. I'm just discussing with Simon how shocking it was that neither of them are playing today, but in the same breath, that's just how the tournament goes. You've got 16 of the best players in New Zealand selected for this, then on occasion you will see one of the favourites or 2 of the favourites go early. And here he's used the angles beautifully on that red on the left hand side of the table. Imagine he'll just want to try and fade across here. Oh dear. I tried to cut it in with side, but he just didn't deliver that cue very nicely through the ball. It's almost like he didn't follow through it all, and as a result it was a jabby sort of shot. And so often it's the easiest looking ones that end up going wrong because you don't do the basics right. And Neil as a coach will know that. You do the basics right and the rest will follow. So blocks any path for the red there. If he got that right in behind the black, or far enough behind the black, then he's got a snooker here. Just looking at that side view where I can see it, it appears to be a total snooker. It doesn't really matter, he's still made a rail anyway. I believe Neil can see the thin edge of this red. I actually wonder whether this might be on. If this is on, I reckon Neil goes for it. That red closer to the cue ball into the middle right pocket. Reckon it goes. Reckon it goes. Yes, it does, and what a fantastic leave to boot. Don't think Healy will be too worried about that though, because the black's still in a horrible place. It's going to take a good shot from Neil to get that black out of there, or a good double if he can't. Interesting to see him go for this ball first. He's going to try to move the black now and couldn't quite do it. He's either move the black or move those yellows away so the black was on in there. I think having taken his shot at it and not being able to make it, he's may have to realise that he'd have to go for a double instead. Now this is another chance for Neil here. He's got an angle for the cut here, but if he can dig into this hard enough, he can swing that across to the left of our screen and potentially take that black out. Oh, he's missed the cut. Look out for the cue ball. It's just pulled up in time. He wanted to play that ball down the rail, but he can't because he's jaw snookered. play with a lot of top here. He's kind of in between balls here, so I think he's just going to lay this one up for a snooker. Yep. Let's make Neil work for it. One rail escape is on. He's going to have to watch the jaw of the middle pocket closest to him. A chance to still pot this as well if he hits it thin enough. He's going to go around 2 rails to increase the chance of potting it. Can't make contact. Can't make contact with it, so Healy will get this in hand, no doubt. No, he's just going to play the red. Just leave himself a nice little angle on this yellow down the rail. Slightly surprised that he didn't use his free shot to move the black there. I would have imagined the black being there would have been a hindrance, not a help. I suppose there's still that element of safety there though, with that black being there. Oh, behind the yellow, great shot. He gets a smattering of applause from those in the room. Just looking to manoeuvre the balls around enough so that there's definitely finish on next time he gets to the table. If Neil can't make contact with this red, then I'll warrant that Healy uses his free shot to move the black away from there. Used it the first time to move the red, so I'm guessing this time he'll be using it to move the black, if he gets one. You're looking to play off 2 rails again here, so foregoing the 1 cushion escape to try and pot the ball. Makes contact with it. Don't mind that from Neil, because if he has to make contact with the ball anyway for it to be a fair shot, so if there's a way that he can do that whilst maximising his chance of potting it, then that's what he'll do. He doesn't mind risking missing the ball in order to make that shot possible. Neil just having to play out of another snooker here, and he's just tapping the table to say good shot there to Healy. There was a chance for Healy to finish that, but he didn't like the first shot, so he just tucked in behind. And still got a chance to pot this, does Neil. Come off 2 rails once again. Oh, missed it. Geez, that can't have missed by too much. Surely Healy's going to move the black now. You want to just double this so it's nice and open. You want it probably equidistant to those 2 corner pockets at the bottom of our screen here. And then he can play the plant and then work his way back around for it. Could even take the red here and bump the black using it, but taking it in hand. Looks like he's going to play the red into the black here. Just try and move the black that way. Other possibility is he's going to try and tie the red and the black up to give himself another free shot. He's placed that red really nicely there. Basically trying to take away any chance that Neil has to finish this frame by manoeuvring the red somewhere where it's not on. Let the sun come back up table. Wants us to end up just near where the D is, just about there. Perfect angle here for the black, just needs to stun across. Sort of a stun follow type shot. Just something like that, that's perfect. Now just needs to deliver the black to the pocket. And while he was thinking about where the cue ball was going there, most definitely. And that affected the chance of the pot, and Neil's got an opportunity here. If he can thin this and get a cover at the very least. Yep, he got it. Yeah, he got it. It was a tough shot, but Neil played it very well. So this is going to have to be even better from Healy now. Possibly a markers double here. Middle pocket on the left hand side of your screen. Oh, he tried to double it in the other pocket. And he's left it nice and adjacent to the red, so just has to get his pace right here. Good drag shot, great drag shot in fact. Good day to you too, Kingy. Somebody else tuning in from Australia. And does to the black what Healy couldn't, so 2-0 in this set. Neil Wally leads. And Healy still holds a 1-0 advantage, but Neil with this next frame will evaporate that all away. Problem with this room being darker like this, you see that all the lights have been turned off in the room except for the ones above the tables. It makes it more difficult to discern who's actually in the room. So Neil looking to put the finishing touches on this set. Struck that break beautifully, and he left himself a number of yellows on here, so I'm picking for a fair few quid that he's going to go for yellows here. So Neil represents Otago and Healy represents Waikato, for those of you who don't know. So this is essentially a north versus south game.
And the other semi-final is that?
Same with the other semi-final, as Paul's just pointed out. Simon Singleton for Otago and Des Wilcox for Taranaki. The other semi is Simon Singleton versus Des Wilcox, and that game will be on this streaming table at 5 PM. So you won't miss a damn thing from here on out. All the matches will be on this table. The final is scheduled to start at 8 o'clock. So all your action right here, and I can't wait for that. It's going to be an absolutely amazing game no matter who's in it. Yellow nice and on there, so this one right next to the black will pass. Oh, Neil, he was perfectly on it too. That's going to hurt something fierce. Look at this for Healy. Staring down the barrel of that, it looked like it was going to be one set apiece, but uncharacteristic untimely miss from Neil puts him straight back in with a shot. And quickly gets on to the red next to the black here. That could have easily caused problems if left alone. Looked like he was right on the gravy stroke there, but then he stood up to have a better look at the angles, so it's always something that you teach your players. If you don't like the look of it or you see something else, get up, get back down. Don't just lift up and then go back down and resume. Get up and then start the cueing process all over again. Essentially you're wiping that slate clean. I'm going to top this through here. Oh, that was another uncharacteristic miss, so one from each player in the frame. Neil Wally wouldn't have been expecting to get another look at this, but he does. You want this to basically follow the line of that rail here, which he has done. I wonder whether he likes this angle enough on the yellow next to the black. He does, he's okay with it. I think the black passes into that same pocket, which definitely must do the way that Neil's played that. So nice position here for the black, this to make it one set apiece, and so it shall be. So one set apiece, Neil Wally getting that one to square us all up. Pro Cup, so you're talking about Pro Cup tables there, Kingy. These on cue tables are made by a local joiner actually. Daryl Chambers runs his own business, making pool cues, making pool tables. Some of the very best tables you can find in New Zealand, made by OnCue. Oh, the balls. I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think these are aramiths, but somebody's probably going to correct me on that. Are those the kind of balls that you use in Australian competition, Kingy? I'm not too familiar with the pool balls that are actually used for different competitions. Obviously I should be, and I'm not, but you guys must use Pro Cups in Australia. So 123 viewers so far for this match. That's extremely good. Keep it up, you guys. Tell everybody you can that this is on, because it's just heating up nicely. I think that's just Steph Crowell wandering into the arena now. So Steph being Neil Wally's partner. As we see a good side shot of Healy's break there. Wasn't in the room when that I believe when Neil was 1-0 down, but I think she would have been watching the game on the other screen in the other room, because there is a big TV in the room next to this one with this game being played on it, so she would have been watching it there and has now moseyed into the hall to watch the remainder of this match. Not glued to the red, so this yellow becomes on. No, it's actually the red he was going for. Okay, he's fooled absolutely everyone. Okay, so when you're talking about more consistent in weight, are you talking about the colours in comparison to the cue ball? So obviously people who know better than I do about the different balls used in pool competitions, either here or in Australia, will be able to give me a bit more information on that. I'm pretty sure these are aramiths. I'm not entirely sure what kind of aramith balls they are. We tend to love our aramiths in New Zealand. Oh, okay, so obviously made to better precision than perhaps the aramiths that we're using, Kingy. Obviously you pay more money for the balls, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get more consistency across the set. I'm pretty sure these are the best balls that you can find, especially in New Zealand. New Zealand pool promoters do not do things in half measures when it comes to promoting pool in this country. It goes down to the tables used and also to the balls being used, because obviously the players want to be playing with the best. Look to sit that right over the bin. He hasn't quite got it right over the bin, but I don't think he necessarily needs it right there, because that other red in bulk covers the yellow nicely. So if Neil wants to have a crack at that yellow in behind the red, he's going to have to move that red first somehow. Wayne Aitken there, or Mossy Wayne as we call him, buzzing in from Hokitika, which is on the west coast of the South Island. Currently we're on the east coast here in Christchurch in the South Island. Hokotika's on the west coast. No, Magyar 19, no, not professional players. About as close as you get to professional players though in New Zealand. One of these players at the very least will be travelling to Australia in 2 months' time to play a test match against the Australian team. So maybe in terms of professionalism that might be the threshold that they cross. But I wouldn't term these guys as being professionals just yet. In terms of an international play at the very least, but that hopefully will change pretty soon. Trying to move the yellow. Unfortunately the red moved with it, so the yellow still isn't on behind that red. They do actually. I mean, these guys are in the top 6 in terms of rankings in New Zealand at the moment. Top 6 players, I believe, going to Australia in terms of ranking points. I don't believe this tournament counts towards the ranking points. I believe this is a standalone event. So this is one basically put on by the players for the players. Got the angle to go into that red again to free the yellow. That'll do as far as freeing the yellow goes, but now he's just stuck himself behind it. I think he might have taken away that plant too. Just looking down the table, maybe those 2 yellows next to the black spot did plant, but I don't believe they do now. Not with that yellow being in the road. Nice to see you again, Undervalued S. Yeah, I've seen that, Kingy. I believe it's striped as well in the English game that they play. Oh, the plant was on. What a shot! Never underestimate the Wildcat. Wildcat's what Neil Wally's often nicknamed, especially by the juniors that he coaches. Could be a skill shot on here, you know. The yellow will go into that opposite corner pocket. He's actually taking it now. Oh, flicks it in. Woo for the cue ball. Yes, perfect. Just a wee run through. Be nice and straight on the black. This will be a fantastic steal if he can manage it. Oh, and he does. Someone call the cops. Healy's been robbed. Older Englishman by the name of Neil Wally. 1-0 in the 3rd set. 1 set apiece to remind you all. Yeah, I reckon it's the camera, Kingy. The rest of the room's actually dark. It's just the lights above the tables that are on, and there are a few tables in here for the competition. So only the lights above the tables are on, which may cause variations in how the colours come up on the screen. Blaine Watson, I take it you're a Wildcat fan. Neil's 1-0 ahead here. It is actually a cracking venue. You will hopefully get a chance to get a better look at the actual room that these guys are playing in. This is the badminton hall, I think, in the Cashmere Club. This is the venue that we're playing in. Cashmere Club in southern Christchurch, New Zealand. For a number of years has been one of the premier places to play pool in the South Island, in fact. Looking to build ourselves back up to being the venue to play in and within the Christchurch area. Unfortunately, we have run into a few difficulties at the moment, which we're looking to redress. Oh, I think he'll take that. A bit of a sheepish smile on his face as he walks around the table, but all's fair in love and black ball. Polecat. the rest of these games today, the semi-final, the next semi-final at 5, and the final are all going to be played on this table, Jan. So the other 3 in the room are being used for a different tournament being played concurrently to this one. It's getting a stronger following here, Kingy, especially this format of the game. Clubs New Zealand still is the market leader, so to speak, at the present time, which is a different set of rules played with a different set of balls, and the cue ball being the same size as the object balls on these tables. But this black ball game's getting quite a nice following at the moment, and we're starting to catch up to the rest of the world now. It's going to take a while. I mean, we're still quite a few years behind in my opinion, especially compared to you guys over in Aussie, but we are catching up, so look out. I mean, we are sending a team your way in 2 months' time to take on your best players, so I'm looking dead forward to that. I mean, that's going to be an excellent advertisement for the game here, and also to showcase how far we've gone in the last 5 to 10 years, because 10 years ago this game barely existed over here. And 30 years ago we actually had a few players playing in this at a world level, but unfortunately that kind of went away because the Clubs New Zealand game ended up being prioritised over this, so this basically lay dormant for 20 years or so, and only in the last 10 has this really resurfaced, and moving very recently from playing the English two-shot rules to the English black ball rules, so looking to get ourselves on a better footing with the rest of the world playing the reds and yellows. That's the way to go. Definitely, Sam. I could not agree with you any more. It's certainly a lot better to watch. I mean, the rules are so much easier to follow. I don't want to sound negative towards Clubs New Zealand. Tell you what, Healy might have left himself a cut on that yellow and bulk here, but at the moment he's happy enough. Take the ones in the centre of the table. Oh dear. I think he was trying to get a piece of that red next to that yellow and just move it out the way so the yellow was on, but he might have just given this frame away to Neil here. Bend over. Well, you want to come and be my test subject, Joseph? Yeah, I mean, blocking pockets has its advantages in this game, but being able to snooker and then the skill shot takes away from the value of blocking a pocket in these rules, whereas you can't actually do that so much in the CNZ rule set. You block a pocket and you have to earn yourself either a free ball or a combo to be able to nominate that ball to move it or pot it. So, oh, Neil. Yeah, hangs his head. He knows he's missed out there. Yeah, the Supreme rules are the ones that we'll be playing you guys in November in the test match, Kingy. They are slightly different to these rules. Kind of like as I understand it, they're a blend between these rules and the world rules played on the 9-foot tables, like 8 ball and 9 ball. Didn't need to hit a rail, so he's okay there. Yeah, definitely, Road. I think this respect, should I say, is it's found in great quantities here in New Zealand, especially amongst the players who play, and definitely we're looking to garner more of it and gain more of it from people overseas, like Kingy and others who play a bit more of this game over in other countries, so get them to respect the New Zealand version of the game and see us as more as equals. Woo, woo. Oh, he's left a little sliver of that red, I think. Just a sliver. And this, I don't think this is a total snooker, so Neil, if he's going to go up and behind this red for a snooker back, needs to make sure he makes a rail. Oh, he hasn't even made the ball. Dear, oh dear. Got too much into the jaws of the pocket and ended up jawing and going away. I think that shot there was more about moving the red, so I won't be too miffed at the fact that the yellow isn't right over the bag. I don't mind polecat there, Stiggy. I need to talk to Neil about that, I think. I think he'll be looking for a snooker here. At least the way he's cueing that suggests that he is. He might get an unintentional one here. No, he still left the red on. That was the value of pushing that red safe on that previous shot. It gave him basically a free swing at that yellow. No realistic prospect of a snooker here for Neil, so have to try and leave the ugliest shot that he can. I think he was trying to cover that top pocket there. He just got the slightest rub on the yellow though, and that sent it wide. I mean, the tactics are the tactics. It doesn't matter what rule set you play, Stiggy. They will of course change markedly from CNZ to this game, but yeah, as I say, in terms of watchability, I think this has got a definite advantage over CNZ. Oh, he might have left Neil a chance at this. Could be a double on here, actually. I know Neil loves his doubles. He might be able to snick this past the yellow, though. Oh, he tried to play it off the yellow. He tried to play off the rail and then the cannon. I just wonder if he's left that first yellow on, the one that's outside of bulk. Does it pass? I think there'll be a safety shot in the offing if it doesn't. Yeah, he's lining that up for a safety shot, so I think he wants to come back with the cue ball here and leave Neil long. Ooh, woo, woo. Oh, that would have been squeaky bum time for Healy. Just seeing that red getting moved. Looks like from the side view it will actually cut past those two yellows though, so Neil at the very least should be able to take this pocket here. Oh, I tell you what, that jaw really did not help. He's hit the knuckle here. He's actually given Healy a chance at this. Cut the yellow next to the D in and then come back and hoof that other one out. Hold on to your hats here, folks. Oh, how did he not hit that second yellow? I think there's still cuts though. He's still a chance. It's not too dissimilar a shot to the one he just played this. It's just a wee bit more difficult. Let's see if he can dial this one in too. Got a chance. Yes! Cue ball, get out of there. Get out of there! Oh, unlucky. Always the risk when you ride the cue ball like that. He did not deserve that though. That was a spectacular couple of cuts. Just get yourself nicely onto the black, Neil. Yes, he has. Now to go 2-0 ahead. In the second set here, Neil Wally. I think there'll be a wee bit of banter between the players, and Neil probably just saying, boy, you are unlucky there. Just to answer your questions or comments there, Kingy, yeah, black ball as compared to two-shot, definitely. That's why we moved away from two-shot and went to black ball, because of the fact that you just have to be more innovative with your play. I mean, you can still snooker and all of that, but you can't play the deliberate foul, so you don't get frames that last for yonks. And also the free shot. The free shot and the skill shot as well, they just make the game so much more fun. Like, the fun factor is there to see in spades. Like this, for example. Neil could easily plant this red onto the yellow here. I mean, the reds are actually looking quite good here, so plant the red into the yellow. He will be on yellows, mind. But this will take a hard yellow out of play. Alternatively, he could play reds and look to flick that red out at some point, but that's one of the options you've got available in these rules. You can, when the table is open, play one colour onto the other to establish a set. No, he did not, Stiggy. I'm completely with you there. The other semi is Simon Singleton versus Des Wilcox, Linz, and that game will be played at 5 o'clock on this very table, on this very stream, so same bat time, or different bat time, but same bat channel. Finds a line to clip that yellow in, and just looking at the side view, I don't think the yellow passes that red next to it, so he's going to have to look somewhere else here. Gee, that's a bit of a woolly miss. Fix the score there. Just need to wait for Paul to come back so we can just change the graphics a little bit. But back to the game. And they're really using the fact that the yellow doesn't pass the red as a basis for that shot. He's just playing it to lay it up. If he had potted it, I think that red next to the yellow is actually on, so either way he had a good look anyway, but Neil looks like he might be snookered on everything else, bar perhaps that yellow down table that you can see bottom right of your screen, so a snooker player type of shot there. Can see a red, but can't really do too much with it. Now, where he's queuing there, he's going to look to try and put that yellow safe. You've got the two yellows that are just ahead of the black spot. It's the yellow on the right. If he can deflect off the red and push that yellow down the rail, push it safe. That's the shot he's looking at here. Of course, he would risk potting the yellow or not making a rail, so it's probably why he's opted for that shot. It's a terrific snooker. Pretty sure he's full snookered Neil here. I don't think he can see the yellow beneath the black spot here. Yep. Neil's on the mini hill. Keep the comments flowing, folks. I'm loving being able to interact with you all. Oh, hello. He'll take it. Not in any way, shape or form what he was playing for, but he'll take it. I think he was looking to play the one on the rail there. The one hard on the rail on the right of your screen. I think he was just trying to flick that one, but found a yellow to answer the call. Looking for a safe-ish kind of shot here to liberate that red, I would say. A little bit surprised he's taking this one. No, he's gone for the double instead. See, that's the leave he would have left for Neil if he had missed that. I think that's why he played it. Just looking to tuck up for the easy snooker. Hello to you too, Oban. Hope you're enjoying life in Waimea. Not at the moment, Linz. Oh, he was wanting to go behind that. He would have only left the one red on, instead he's left. This will be three of them on here. The shot clock comes into force after this match has been going for an hour and 30 minutes. So in about 10 minutes time, then the 30-second shot clock will come into force. And then if this game ends up going to 2 hours and 30 minutes, that shot clock will reduce to 20 seconds per shot. Both players will also receive an extension of 30 or 20 seconds per game, depending on which shot clock is in force. I reckon there's a gap on here. That yellow to the right of the black spot, the second yellow to the right of the black spot, I reckon that's on. it's new, Mark, but also B, it allows for more ebbs and flows within a match, and something the spectators can definitely get into. There's definitely something the spectators to get into. That's a brilliant shot from Neil. I don't think he's left that yellow on next to the black spot though, which is a bit unfortunate. But the one down the rail most definitely is. Needs to go, needs to go, needs to go. I just wonder if there might be a little pocket there. You see Healy looking at it too. But yeah, scoring in sets, it's just more of a different focus thing for the players. Because if you're playing, say, a race to 9, then if a player gets, say, 5-0 ahead, then by and large you just kiss it goodbye, don't you? But if you're scoring in sets and it's a race to 3 sets, then even if you get, say, down 1 set to 0 and maybe 2 games to 0, then you know you're only 3 frames away from being level pegging. Whereas, say, 5-0, race to 9 and you win 3 frames, then you're still behind. So I hope that answers your question, Mark, at least satisfactorily. Gonna play a swerve here around the red. Gets the clip, yes he does. Gets a good lot of applause here. Pretty sure this goes. He's a little bit squeaky though, so he had to hit that really, really well. That needs to keep running. Oh, snookered himself on both yellows, so he's a bit unlucky there. Needed that to spread a little bit more off that top rail and go more between the red and the black. Unfortunately, that's not the case, so he's going to have to pick the bones out of this one. Can I ask someone to get me a drink? Maybe after this frame. Yeah. Well, you know how that feels, don't you, Mark? It's not a fantastic feeling no matter what the race is. I think he fouled with the tip of his cue there. Or quite possibly he just flicked the red with the cue ball, so Neil there calling his own foul, which is always very sportsmanlike. Players are generally very honest when it comes to that. You don't see a lot of skullduggery, which is the other thing I really like in New Zealand pool. The players are, all 98% of them are at least dead honest when they foul. They'll call their own fouls. Left himself on the red next to the black here. You can see it on the side view. There is a pretty good angle of what's happening. If you have a look at the top right of your screen, folks, you'll get a better look at the actual shot and what Healy's trying to do with it. Needs to hit this with a little bit of cue here, so obviously with these balls being set up the way they are, he's going to have to push through it. He should be okay in terms of where the black's going though. And in fact the black ended up nowhere near anything, so Healy must have put a little bit of side on that just to throw it in and get a fuller contact on the black to just kill it. Finds that one in. One next to the yellow should be on. And yeah, it comes out beautifully for the black. Smattering of applause in the room again. We do have a few people who are actually in the hall watching this game, so if you are in the area, please get yourself down to the Cashmere Club so you can watch it. Healy looking to get himself off the schneid in this set, and doing so beautifully. So 2-1 now. Neil Wally still leads, but Healy with the last one. Healy's just headed off to the toilet, so might be a couple of minutes wait, folks, and then tear straight back into it. Just looking at your question there, Kingy. Probably American pole by a whisker. We did recently send 2 players off to the Moscone Cup, the World Cup of Pole, a few months ago. But we're very much looking to do the same thing with these boys here. So yeah, American pole just, but this, as it is with other styles of game played on the 7-footers, this kind of pole is starting to gain a lot of following. Today, Nancy, the final is scheduled to be played at 8 PM New Zealand time. So over in Toowoomba, Kingy, that'll be about 6 PM. So about dinner time for you guys. Also, as you see there, scrolling slowly across the screen. Massive thank you to our sponsors. I mean, you guys are absolute kings and queens amongst us. Beds Are Us, Need a Car, On Cue, Prime Environmental, Queenstown Furniture Gallery, and the Hanger Company New Zealand Limited, all of who have provided money or equipment towards the cause. Big thank you to each and every one of you. I mean, Prime Environmental, as an example, that it's the company I work for. My managing director generously giving some money towards this tournament. Oh, went for the big cut here. I was thinking if that gets a little wick off the red, it's still a chance, but he's left Wally a few shots here. Well, one in particular stands out as the one into the middle pocket. What ball goes on the dot when racking? Wendy, that would be the black ball. So next time you have a look at the rack, you'll notice that the players rack with the black ball on the spot. And also there is a J formed towards the back half of the rack with the yellow ball. So the next frame that's racked, you'll actually see exactly how the balls are to be racked. And that is the standard for black ball. Are you going to watch the AFL, Jan? Which match are you going to watch? I mean, I don't actually know which teams are playing tonight, but I've actually always wanted to go to an AFL game, to be fair. I'm not a massive Aussie rules follower, but I know the atmosphere is absolutely electric. Cheers. Oh, I just took my eye off that for a moment and I see balls flying around the table. Neil will be apoplectic with himself there. Given Neil one good shot at Healy one good shot at this, and he's managed to crack the yellow and the black open. Yeah, we do, Sam, on the 9-foot tables, that being Matt Edwards, or some people might consider Marco Teutcher a pro as well. Speaking of pro players, will be a tribute to one of them coming up, I think, later on today. With a sad passing on Tuesday this week of Mulrudi Kasimchayanan, who was actually Matt Edwards' partner and mother to their young son Liam. Unfortunately, lost her battle with ill health and brain tumours at the age of 43. So there will be a service of some kind held for her tonight or later on this afternoon. Matt Edwards was actually scheduled to play in this very tournament, but had to drop out due to caring for Mulrooney in her last weeks of ill health. Oh, nearly went inside out for a brilliant shot there. Or MK as she was often known as. Anybody following Pro 9 and 10 ball on Facebook would probably have seen an in memoriam posted to her by some of the world's best, in fact, paying tribute to Mulrooney. So it was great to see the likes of Alison Fisher write a message of condolence on Facebook for her and her family and Matt's family. This game at the moment, Neil on reds. Been a bit of a messy frame this, and most of these frames have been fairly clear cut. There haven't been a hell of a lot of mistakes really to speak of, at least not a lot of howlers, but we have seen a number of loose shots in this frame, and I mean that's just part and parcel of pool really. Can't expect every frame to be perfect or near on. What matters is that the players get themselves out of it and regroup and kick on. Yeah, it was Jan. I mean, she's an absolute champion of a player, but she's also, by all accounts, a champion human being too. This being Alison Fisher I'm talking about. This yellow, sorry, the red beneath the black is actually on, I believe, but Neil just moving away from it for the moment. Somehow he's managed to miss that massive pocket with the yellow next to it. And what's worse is he's made the black more on for Healy now. Still never fails to amaze me how players actually play shots like that towards a big pocket and manage to find that tiny gap between potting the ball outright and clipping off the ball near the pocket. I mean, you'd have to say the Neil was a wee bit stiff there, but at the same time you just have to be slightly better with those. You have to be, you're either 100% looking to clip off the ball or you're 100% looking to pot it. That's all good, Sam. Oh, cue ball. I could see it from here. Did a good job of actually squaring off that ball to be on the correct side of the other yellow, but there's always a good chance that was going to happen, and so it proved. So in the wash it looks very much like a Neil Wally frame here. We've seen some pretty strange things in this frame already, so will we see another one? I think Neil will be looking to just kind of square his position up on one of these other three balls here. be able to run this one through into the middle pocket and just maybe with a trace of inside English and then come off the rail and be nice for the red next to the black. He's left himself a bit straighter on it now, so that shot becomes a little bit easier since he doesn't have to use the side off the rail and rely on that. It should be just a screw back here. And well, that's pretty much perfect for the black. Or sorry, in terms of position to get to the black. Just a wee screw back. Leaves himself very much the same shot on the black here, so this is to go 2 sets to 1 up. And he got it. And he got it. Neil Wally 2 sets to 1 up over Healy White. And the end of that frame and the end of that set will signal the use of the shot clock now. 1 hour and 30 minutes has passed. So there will be a 30 set shot clock in effect now. So referee Daniel Cole there, you could just see helping Neil set the table up. We'll be on the stopwatch, just timing the players. So Neil Wally will kick us off in the 4th set here. Got a 2 set to 1 lead. Current South Island Super League champion. Looking to do the bizzo here and get to the final of the Champion of Champions. Let's fix the score. 2-1 to Neil. The sets. So there you go, there's your score correct as it is. Red inside the yellow. Oh. Gave those a generous thump to Neil, but we've seen quite a few times in this tournament you give them a good whack and still nothing finds a pocket. I've seen a few in-offs on the break as well, which is a massive advantage to the opponent coming in with the free shot off the break, but not on this frame. Healy was for a moment looking at that big cut on the red just beneath the black spot, but sensibly not deciding to play it because that would have opened everything up if he'd done that, and percentage chance that he gets it is quite small. List of open tournaments near me. I would go into Q Score. IG, jump onto qscore.com and there should be a list somewhere there of the events in the near future. Good little flick on the yellow to make that red nice and on. Looks like that black, I'm just looking at it now. If it's not on by itself past that yellow into the bottom left pocket, it should flick off the yellow just to the right of that pocket. Ooh, that leant in. You see him just shake his bridge hand there. Ooh. Pretty sure he'll play this to go in off the yellow here to make his mind up as to how he goes, but probably an easier shot than trying to just sneak it past that yellow. Oh, he hasn't got it. He tried to sneak it past the yellow and it didn't fall. have to think snooker's here for Neil, and I would say the best ball to get a snooker behind would be the yellow on the left rail. Take away as many possible angles as you can. You can't go for the right hand rail because of the yellow being in the way, and you won't be able to go up and down table because you've got a bunch of other balls you have to avoid. Oh, he hasn't called a foul on him, has he? Are you kidding? Oh, he did. He called a time foul on him. I don't think Neil even heard the 10-second call. You know, I didn't hear it either. Oh, I really hope Daniel Cole hasn't made a misstep there. Well, he has to warn the players if there's 10 seconds left. And that's generally A&1 as a referee. If you're looking to time a match, you must call 10 seconds so that the player knows that that's all I've got to play a shot. In the end, Neil just kind of held his hand up and said, yeah, no, I understand it's a foul. Don't worry about it, Dan. That's weird, man. Oh, nothing off the break. Nothing off the break, so massive break. He's spread them to Israel and back, but Neil will take first crack at the table, and if he likes the look of yellows here, well, actually, if he likes the look of yellows here, he can pop the red and he'll actually be on red, so disregard what I just said. If your opponent snookers you on the black, Stiggy, then you have to make an honest attempt to hit the black. So snookers on the black are legal, and if you have been snookered, you must make an honest attempt to play the black. So you won't have you can't deliberately foul at any point in black ball, otherwise it's loss of frame. If you fail to hit the black on a snooker, then it is not loss of frame, but it's a free shot to the opponent and then a visit. It's the same as any other foul. I don't think it is, Wendy. I think the referee knows when the 30-second time shot, 30-second shot clock is in effect, because they are given the game timings by control, so they know when to start calling 30 seconds for shots, and they know when to start calling 10 seconds for time and what have you. So if you're talking about hard as in, it's one of those things as you don't really want to call a foul on somebody for that, then yes. But as a referee, that's what you must do.
The last round.
Just looking to drop this because amongst all of those yellows, that red is on. Indeed it is, so this will be top left corner, no doubt. If Neil Neil didn't hear the call, definitely. Oh, great pot. Seems to have put that previous frame behind him in quick order, so one game apiece in the fourth set. Daniel made doubly sure that his 10-second call was louder that time. I heard it from here and I'm not even playing. Yeah, to be fair, Jay Scott, I do agree with that. I mean, it is... The onus is on the players to play to the clock, but if the players don't actually know what the time is or how much time they have taken via the referee or somebody else, then it's difficult for them to know when they're in danger of time fouling. Normally, yes, Diggy. I mean, the player still needs to clear. I mean, you cannot pot the black as your free shot unless you're on the black. So, the incoming player with balls on the table, if they get a free shot because the player on the black fouls, then they still must clear the table. Of course, they have an advantage of having a free shot, though, to help them. Could at least be a visible clock. Well, yeah, it could be Jay Scott, but then again, the players are clued into what they're doing. They're not exactly going to be looking at a screen telling them how much time they've got left to play a shot. And something audible as well, as in from a referee, they can then use that information to work out whether they can get the shot off within the 10 seconds or whether they need to use an extension if they've got one. Yeah, was a bit harsh, Linz. The referee's only calling it as he can. I mean, black and white says that it's a time foul, so you have to call the player for it, but the harsh part, of course, comes in because he never signalled 10 seconds to begin with. Neil seems to have gotten over it pretty quickly, though. He's not one to complain about things. That will at least now mean that he's more aware of the shot clock being in force. Oh, that's a big chance now for Healy. That miss in the centre pocket. Starting to map out a good route there was Neil. I was liking the look of that yellow on the left hand side of the table last for the black, and it's definitely looking that way, but just cuts himself short there. How's your rogue tournament going?
Yeah, we got semis happening in the main and the quarters in the losers. So you're going to win 2 frames to get into to play the loser of the semi. We've got Mitch against Paul Duffy.
I think some of the professional leagues, especially in England, they have beeps for every second when there's 5 seconds to go. So it beeps down your 5 seconds. I know I've seen that before, and geez, that must be really off-putting for the players. I just wonder what Neil's looking to do with this now. It could be a skill shot on here, you know. Not an easy shot with the yellow being so far away from the red. Looking away from it. Yeah, that wasn't going, so doesn't need to worry about being robbed there. And hi to you too. I unfortunately don't actually know what your name is. Yeah, I thought he might do, Kingy, but it was a very difficult shot to play from where he was, so not surprising that he looked away from it. Oh, he's made the red ugly, but on the flip side he's made the yellow ugly as well, so much of a muchness there. Incoming player on the yellows here. Might look to try and make that middle pocket ugly. No, it's gone for the double, and that's not bad though. He left it right over the hole, so it'll give him some options later on. I think Healy will be looking for this to cover. He's definitely playing to cover. He was not at any point playing to pot that ball. Just wonder whether, with that yellow and red tied up, whether Neil aims to just flick this out and leave this potable. It's okay. I thought for a moment there he might pot that red by mistake, but all was fair in the shot. Make a rail, make a rail. It actually straightened up going down the rail, but at no point did that ball actually hit the rail. Wonder if Neil should be aware of that too. Oh, hang on. Maybe he's not aware of it. I'm pretty sure that ball never hit a rail. I wonder if that's what Healy's just saying now. Pretty sure if you were to replay that shot, I'm near 100% sure that it did hit the rail. I didn't actually see it hit, Alex, so you must have better eyes than I do. Oh, lovely pick out. Bit of precision on that. He needs to avoid the getting behind the yellow, and he does. Look to just come out middle of the table now. That'll do. This to make it 2 games to 1. 4 sets, so 2 sets to 1 Neil Wally, but 2 games to 1 Healy White, so 1 more for Healy and he'll square us up at 2. There is a ref, Kingy, and so if it didn't hit a rail as myself and Frankie seem to think, then the referee for me should have stepped in and called that. Either that or Healy should have called it himself. I genuinely hope that Healy just missed that in terms of didn't see whether it hit a rail or not. I was eating a piece of pork crackling. Bosh! Gets himself nicely onto yellows here. This could be a bit of a hair trigger type shot, but this is usually where Healy comes into his own. Oh, he's undercut it. Oh, he could have just given the advantage back to Neil here. You reckon that touched Camellia? And Jojo watching as well reckoned it didn't hit the rail. Yeah, I mean, definitely, Linz, I think, just move on. Don't think at any point that Healy was trying to shirk his responsibility of calling that if it didn't hit a rail. I just think it was a miss by everyone there. Oh, now Neil misses one. So he's got the yips as well. Well, they were kingy, but unfortunately Neil's made it harder than he should have done, and he's missed one. Now the yellows look to be dollies. It's just going to be the black now that is the real problem. If he can get himself a good shot on one of these two yellows, he'll be fine here. Oh, this cuts. Bottom right pocket, this does cut. Does Healy have the stones to go for it though? Or will he play safe? Did. He got it. Oh, and he got behind the red, unlucky. Yeah. So you're the traditional pool player's partner then, are you, Camellia? I don't think it's from the players playing, Jay Scott. I think it's other people in the room playing in a different tournament, just dropping their cues. It is, sorry, Healy. So, yeah, someone's got that score wrong. I'll just correct it. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, sorry about that. So that score is now correct. I would venture to say that the players at this tournament need to invest in cue claws. Devices that have a holder in them for your cues, so you don't drop them on the table if you lean them up against something. Yeah, wasn't happy with that. Should be okay though, and these are not traditionally hard shots for Neil, but he wanted to leave that a little bit straighter than that so he doesn't have as much angle to work. That's why he's going for the straight one now and looking to play the long screw shot last. I mean, this requires a bit of snooker cueing here. See if Neil's got it. Yes, he does. Now this black to get to within a frame of winning the match. And he got it. So Neil Wally 2 games each in the 4th set. He leads 2 sets to 1, so if he wins this next frame, he wins the match and goes through to the final against the winner of Simon Singleton and Des Wilcox. And that game will be scheduled to be played at 5 o'clock.
Back to back, and we're not cutting the screen for that. Both semis will be on the same stream.
So both semi-finals will be on the same stream, so you won't have to rejoin and do all of that other stuff you need to do.
After the semi, we will be doing that. The time-wise, we need to, but
There you see the part of the room being used for this tournament, and Also, top right of your screen, you can see the some of the other tournament going on at the moment, which is run by a person. He's actually walking up the corridor now, run by Richie Whitty, just to try to get people to get into playing the Reds and Yellows game, and get them into playing black ball. So a big thank you to Richie for that. Destroyer, I like that. No, Simon and Des is going to be played on this very table at 5 p.m, or at least that's the time it's scheduled for, depending on how this match progresses, and in particular, if Healy can win this frame and force a deciding set, then he will end up so if Healy White can win this match and finally got somebody to get Healy and Neil's attention. Big potential swing in this match. This frame here. Neil to break if he wins it. Once he gets over people heckling him. If Neil gets it. Wins the match, goes through to the final. If Healy wins, however, then he will force a fifth and deciding set. And then if it's 2 sets apiece, 2 games apiece, then we will move to a black ball shoot-off. Either that or it might have hit some finger marks. Yeah. Either that or it might have hit some finger marks, Alex. Sometimes it does that. It'll hit a finger mark or a wee table imperfection and deviate off the straight path. Anyway, that's all said and done and forgotten. Looks like he's going to cut this yellow near the bulk line here, possibly free the other two. Which he has done. He's only really left himself on one of these, and it's debatable whether it actually passes the red into the centre pocket. In fact, I would venture to say it doesn't, but thankfully this other yellow next to the black is on. Oh, lovely killing. You see it smash into the pocket. One of the things that pool players love the most, seeing those balls fly into pockets like that. Oh, he lifted up off it. He lifted up off it. Neil Wally, here's your chance to shine, my son. Thank you for watching snooker. It's always fantastic to be watching for somebody to be watching these matches from other countries. West coast of the USA, so I'm just thinking you guys would be, what, 19 or 20 hours behind. So 20 hours behind, it would be 8:45 p.m. What's the pocket cut used on these tables? I'm not 100% sure of that. I didn't need any cut there on that. That was a lovely shot from Neil. This to bring the cue ball back out, so it's nice and handy to these balls in bulk. In particular, the leftmost red in bulk. 9:48 PM, so you must be 19 hours behind us. I think it's because we couldn't stream them both at the same time. Or we could, but one would be on one stream, one would be on the other, so...
I don't know why they did, but we can probably ask a question.
Let's see if we can get an answer for you there, Kingy, because it's a valid question, and definitely I'd like to be able to answer that one myself. Ooh! Jeez. Looking for a bigger hit than that on the red, I'll tell you that much. Oh, fantastic shot, but he's not left himself on the red.
Just Simon.
Also ask him if he knows what the pocket cut on these tables are.
He could ask the manufacturer himself who's here. In the ring.
Can you see if you can message Daryl with that? He tried to come off the rail and make the pot anyway, and he couldn't do so. There might be an element of that, Jay Scott, but I think it's just more to get people in the venue. To get people in the venue to actually watch the games. English pocket cut. I feel like an idiot, to be fair, not being able to answer that question. He's getting a 10-second call now. Oh, Healy. Don't know if that red's on though. I don't know if that red's on though. I believe that's the reason why he played that shot like that, just in case. I think Neil's going to have to kick at this or swerve around it. Yeah, he's going to have to kick at it. This should... Oh, missed the yellow. He's trying to go right behind the red for a snooker, but he just clipped the yellow and it spoiled it. Play the red into the yellow and get the yellow into space here. Maybe even see if he can put the red on the rail, same shot. Yeah, well played. Excellent usage of the free shot there. For those of you who aren't too familiar with that, you can, and many players do, use the free shot to just kill an opponent's ball like that, at the same time making his own ball more on than it was. Yeah, the Supreme tables have the more angular cut to the pockets. Oh, look at that, Chris! Mwah, bellissimo! Down it goes. This black to force a deciding set. There we go, you've got bonus pull, folks. Fifth and deciding set coming your way. 2 sets apiece, let's get it on. Yeah, definitely, Kingy, and that's one reason why he is so highly rated in New Zealand pool scene, is just because of that nerve. He keeps his nerve so very well in pressure situations. It's Healy in that big break of his to start this fifth and deciding set. And would you believe it, nothing off the break. And also I love the fact that both players are able to help each other remove the shark rack in this game. Dead right, Leonard. Black ball played on a, well, I'd say an English 7-foot table. Well, 7-foot table as we play on it. So the table measures 7 feet from the inside of the short rail to the inside of the short rail. So if you were to draw a line from where the rail is, I mean, I'm pointing to the screen, you guys can't see it, but the inside of the short rail to the inside of the short rail, the table measures 7 feet long, whereas the English tables that are played on are generally 7 feet from table end to table end, not inside of the rail to inside of the rail. And I'm not the best at explaining it, but hopefully you guys understand what I mean. Yeah, you know who else would hate a shootout even more, Stiggy? I'm pretty sure she's hiding somewhere in the chat. Because I know how nervous she gets watching Healy play. I think Healy will be more ice cold than she will be. Looking to go inside out here, and at the very least he'll want to take the pocket. Yes, he gets a lovely kiss himself off the black. That was by way of apology too. Didn't mean to kiss it in off the black. Often what you will see is if players get a slightly fluky result, they will hold their hands up in apology. Oh, has he left him on the hard red? He has. Quite possibly the toughest red on the table. He's left him on it straight away. Down it goes. He's having to bridge over this, which is a little bit awkward, but just needs to make sure he gets a good full cue on this. Take the rail, come across nicely. Yeah, short rail to short rail is your bulk rail, which is the top end of your screen, to the head rail, which is the bottom end of your screen. So those two short rails is the distance that we measure. That needs to pull up. Yes, he does. It's okay. Interesting to see him looking at those the two reds at the same end of the table to the black last. Not so much because of where they are in relation to the black, but because he'll have to play a plant at some point, or maybe try to split them up. Oh, he's hit that way too hard. He tried to throw the brakes on about halfway through the shot. Pretty fine cut, this. Got it. Does he get any luck? Oh, is this on for the middle? I think it might be, but I don't think he's going to try and play it. Let's play for a snooker. Don't think he can see through that gap. Oh, yeah. So to answer your question in full about why the semis aren't on at the same time, it's so everybody can watch and then come in and watch the final when we've got more people in the building. So Healy here with a foul here. Neil unable to make contact on the yellow. Be looking to pot this. He does. Well played. Sometimes you play the the free shot looking to lay a ball up, but that was definitely a pot attempt. Nice little hold there on the cue ball. You see him just play a trace of right to throw the ball in rather than cut it in so much. Lovely clip down the rails, so Healy White takes the opening game in this set. The cue ball's smaller, Leonard. The object balls are 2 inches in diameter and the cue ball is 1 7/8 inches, so if you're looking metric it's 50.8 millimeters for the colours and about 47.6 millimeters for the cue ball. So there's about a 3.2 millimeter difference, which is as clear as day if you're actually there playing the game, but sometimes is a bit difficult to pick up on the stream. Referee Daniel Cole there, who wanted to play in this event but wasn't selected, but ended up playing in the qualifier to get the 16th spot in this event, and he was unsuccessful, but he put his hand up to be a referee, so thank you for your service, Daniel. Yeah, it is in the English game, snooker. And the reason for that is that they're played on the coin-operated pool tables in the UK. Anytime any ball went down, they'd go into a holding chute and you wouldn't be able to retrieve them. So if the cue ball got potted, then if it's the same size as the object balls, then you'd have to insert another coin into the table to retrieve it. But making the cue ball smaller then meant that you could make a separate chute for it, and it could come out at a different end of the table. But then, the English being the English, they kept it the way it was, even when coin-operated tables became more sophisticated. No, you did right, Kingy. Not in pool anyway. I'm just trying to give you a comparison in metric for those of you who deal exclusively in it. Oh, back out nicely for the black. Manipulated the angle quite beautifully there, so just to square us up. 1 game apiece, 2 sets apiece. They can't be separated at the moment, these players. Oh yeah, okay. I didn't know that, snooker. No, he won't CHCF. Bit albino. I like that. Is that another or slang term you use for the cue ball, snooker? The chickenpox cue ball. That's one of the reasons why the cue ball has those spots on it, is just so that the the casual viewer can see what spin's being put on it. It actually makes it a lot easier to see. It was indeed Leonard. I think it's one of the hallmarks of both of these players, in fact, is just their ability to run racks. There have been a few more mistakes than we're normally used to in that respect in this match, but I'll just put that down to the pressure, to be honest. Absolute pressure cooker here. It'll do alright. Didn't pot the second yellow, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna come off the rail here and play the cannon that way. Just gonna be the yellow that's near the red at the bulk end of the table. That's gonna be the real issue. It may actually be on. You see Neil there just queuing it up, which suggests that if he can jam that into the jaw, then he might be able to squeeze the red out and squeeze the yellow in after it. Yeah, true that, Leonard. It's always good to watch pool in any sense, really, especially lesser players. You want to watch the stronger players play so that you can understand what they do and why they do it. And obviously one of my jobs as a commentator is to try to get the average Joe, Jane and whichever name you go by to actually understand how the players play and what they're looking to play. I'm looking to try and hide this. Yeah, he was trying to hide the cue ball behind that ball. Just move it far enough and then have the cue ball slide behind it for a snooker. Lovely roll down the rail that was. That could very well give Healy a chance to finish this. This could unlock this frame nicely here. Oh, that's a tough miss. Bang on that red below the black spot, which is exactly where he wanted to be. But no ding, so Neil back to the table. Oh, shot, Neil. Right over the pocket to snuff out any chance, perhaps. Beware the deflection for a skill shot, though. And Healy will be looking around the table to see if there is one on here. No, you're right there, Alex. He's one of the best in New Zealand at those shots. The yellow does pass the red kingy, but what I liked about that shot that Neil played is it gives him more surety in the frame. I mean, if the yellow doesn't pass the red, then he could perhaps use a shot to just move it. I don't think he made a rail there. See, we had this issue before when I thought that Healy didn't touch a rail, but this time Neil was bang on to it. Is it an extension call? I'm just wondering by whom. Probably Neil. potting the yellow as the red as his free shot there. I'll tell you what I have seen in this game is a number of funny looking fouls. Saw a time foul that arguably shouldn't have been called. Saw a number of fouls through players not making rails. Then you've seen your standard ones like not being able to get out of a snooker. Game's had a bit of everything, and that's one reason why we love watching pole. He does kingy. Now, I don't think Neil's got an extension here, so he's got to hurry this up. Yeah, he was rushed. He was rushed majorly there. Jury's out on whether he was actually trying to pot that ball or not, but it means that Healy can play for a snooker now. Natural angle of this ball down to the top left pocket means that the cue ball could run past the black. Instead he goes for the cut, so this could be a chance at the skill shot here. I just wonder if he's going to have a go at this. No, he's going to try and hide it. He's going to try and hide it. Yeah, that's a good shot. I'm going to ask if it's a total snooker here, is whether part of that yellow is actually hittable before the red. After this frame, I believe it goes to a 20-second shot clock as well, so just for a bit of extra fascination. Oh, we got to stand up on that just to make it break. Just try to roll the red there and get it to sit on the yellow, but the yellow just tipped in. Paul's just telling me we're at 2.5 hours now.
It is 2 sets each, yes?
Correct your real name. I think you must be reading the game score. The set score's on the outside, so it's not. It's with the grey background. Black to at least ensure that he gets a black ball shootout. So 2 games to 1 in this 5th and deciding set. So Healy needs this one to get a black ball shootout. If Neil wins this, he wins the match and advances to the final. So this frame will decide absolutely everything now. It's one of the beautiful things about playing the game this way, with sets instead of frames, is that it throws open so many more possibilities for the players. Yeah, I thought he... To be honest, I thought that's what he would have done at some point, CHCF. But he decided against it. He didn't like the angle that he had. I think that other ball of his was actually in the way. So if that ball weren't there, he would have definitely played for it.
Just so you can see, that's over 2.5 hours. Yeah. Just to confirm. Yeah. In case they say something.
What a time for a dry break. That was nil breaking. So if Healy manages to run this frame out, then we'll move into the shootout now. Taking reds and he's on them. He has made them ugly here, so you might want to get some popcorn, folks. This frame could be a few shots in this. Touching ball. It is pertinent. No, it's not a touching ball. He does cue it just hard enough to make the rail, so good answer there by Neil. So I believe it is a 20-second shot clock on now. So after 10 seconds the referee will call 10 seconds. Just makes both of those reds on here, so taking advantage now of the fact that the yellows are tied up, or at least many of the yellows are tied up. Just trying to bide his time here so he can get a chance to run the frame out. He still left that red in the way, unfortunately. Pint and some nachos, good on you. I've got half a glass of Maker's Mark and Diet Coke here. Oh, unlucky. Trying to go around the yellow and make it on in the opposite corner pocket, but just overcued it a smidge. Puts it in the way of the red. Great shot. Yeah, that's why we use the shark rack, Alex. It does make the rack a hell of a lot more consistent because the balls each... I mean, just the tightness and consistency of the rack is so much better. I mean, the fact that the rack, sometimes you can't remove it is a bit of a drawback, but by and large players can play around it. And in most instances, the rack can be removed after the break. Oh, Neil. Oh dear, he might have just thrown this frame away with that. Could see what he was trying to do. He was trying to grind that out of there, but risk-reward shot. Certainly the risk outweighed the reward, and Healy with a free shot now with a visit. No, you did right, CHCF, and I like how the referee there is helping the player put the rest back on the side of the table just to save some time. No. Tried to hoof that red out there and couldn't get it, so... the breaks are better because you don't worry about the rack so much. No, still hasn't got it out. Yeah, personally I think he did too, Camellia. I reckon if he'd taken a couple of extra seconds he would have found the delivery he needed on that shot. Is this going to stop for the yellow? Yes it is. Just the one that's same end of the table. That's going to be the big one to get on. Got a big number of reds in the way here as well, so that's just the right angle for it though. If he could put a hand pretty much right in the middle of the table, that's exactly where the cue ball needs to go. Right in the very centre of the table. Gone further, he's gone further. No, he didn't get on it. Looking for a friendly bump on the red, but the blacks reached out and grabbed it. come off 2-3 rails here and try to tuck in behind the yellow. No, that's what he tried to do. He's trying to do that for a snooker, and there was nothing wrong with that. If you can do it, why not? Still a lot of pressure on Healy to make this finish, though. 3 balls in the black to force a black ball shootout here. Got the first one. Is that so it skidded a bit more, Ryan, you reckon? Bang. Didn't get the hook out he wanted, but he does have a double. I don't think he's going to play it, though. He's just going to try and play for a snooker, which he has done. It's a good shot. And also here, that black makes the one cushion escape very difficult. I think Neil's going to go back to trying to go perhaps 3 rails here and just see if he can tuck up behind this yellow. Did he get it? Did he get it? Yes, he did! What a fantastic shot that was under the pressure. Couldn't get it the first time, does get it the second time. Got 10 seconds. Does he have an extension? If he doesn't have an extension, he needs to call it. Oh, he tried to come off the jaw. He tried to come off the jaw and hit it. Geez, that was close. Free shot here for Neil. Where the cue ball lies right now, best to just leave it. Play for that, bring that out. Leave the yellow down the rail and you should be nicely on the black. Just needs to make sure of the pot. Here we go, bang on for the black. This to get into the final for Neil Wally. For the final, yes, he's got it! Yes, indeed! Neil the Gentleman Wally into the final against either of Simon Singleton or Des Wilcox.
Congratulations to Healy White. Congratulations to Neil Wally. He advances to our grand final.
So that semi-final will be on in, I think, about 10 minutes.
Coming up in probably about 5 minutes. It's our second semi-final. There's the Des Wilcox versus Simon the host man Singleton.
Apologies for the eating, but what a magnificent semi that was. And both players deserve a lot of congratulation for the way that they played that. Neil Wally, of course, the one of the two to advance, but just Healy for making it such an enjoyable game to watch.
If 1 1 1 1 1. It's okay, I'll transmit it.
So the player, Simon Singleton and Des Wilcox, will be interviewed very soon, just before the semi-final. So don't go anywhere, folks, because this will be on the same stream. We won't be cutting the stream, we'll be going straight into it when the time is right. I don't think it was his only shot, Jay Scott, but I do think that was the only shot that he knew at that point. He could have come off a number of rails to hit that ball, but coming off the jaw, he gave him the best chance at a good full contact, which then in turn gave him a chance of either potting that ball or getting a good result some other way out of it. So I'm just gonna head away for a small moment here and get myself back in time for the second semi-final, which will be in probably about 5 minutes. Simon Singleton versus Des Wilcox.
We're going to have a quick interview with Neil first.
Oh, yep. So we'll have a quick interview with Neil first, because no doubt he'll have a few things to say about that match.
You might be doing that Stevie D too. You might get a visit for Stevie D shortly.
Oh, that. Wasn't the only shot he had, Jay Scott, but it was the best shot he had. It's one thing to get out of the snooker, but completely another thing if you're able to and you've got the nous, and knowing the rules that you don't have to touch a rail after contact if it's a total snooker, to just tuck in behind a ball. It obviously requires that you practice the shot and that you cue at the right pace, but Neil executed that quite brilliantly second time of asking. Be back soon, folks.
You have to be in position.
We good?
Keep yourselves in position.
We all good? Congratulations to the gentleman, Neil Wally. Neil, talk us through your emotions, I guess, throughout that match. I mean, you know, you've been going for what sort of feels like 3 matches with about 10 minutes break in between each one, and it's just been non-stop. How are you feeling?
Pretty emotional. Like champion of champions, got to the final. You know, to get past the players they have done today, like Dean Garnett and Kerry Wirtz, Healy White. So I'm up for it, but I just need to just recharge my batteries now and go for it. You know, but I'm absolutely made up. I'd
imagine you're probably praying not to do another shootout, because after you won earlier against Dean, you said that the heart was running a little bit quicker, so you probably didn't want to go through that experience again.
When I actually said to my partner before I played Dean, because we've had close matches, I said this is going to go to a black ball shootout, and it did. And the writing was on the wall there as well. I thought Healy was going to, you know, just pip it on the last frame, but not to play a black ball shootout is magic. So I can just sit and relax now and just watch the other semi-final and watch them go through it. Do you know what I mean? So it's I'm made up. I'm absolutely made up, mate. I really am. It's done a lot over the past year, and with the South Islands and the Nationals and things like that. So thank you. Yeah, it's been good. Thank you.
And let's give some credit, give a big shout out to Healy, because my goodness, did he show some heart in that semis. There were times when, you know, it looked like he'd sort of taken control and Healy might have been out, but, you know, he just kept clawing back and never write him off.
Tell you what, I've been to China with Healy White, and he made a ton break on my birthday, and he said he was going to do it. And pressure means nothing to him. He's another gentleman round the table, and when the chips are down, he's not bothered. He will fight and fight and fight. So I'm going to give myself a pat on the back for getting past him, you know. But he'll be back for another game. He'll be back for another day, and yeah, good luck to him. And yeah, really good luck to him. And I'll, you know, we've been speaking over the weekend, and I'm going to come up maybe to Auckland, and we'll have a weekend coaching and things like that. Get him ready for, you know, the matches coming ahead. So yeah, it's good. It's good.
All right, well, congratulations again, Neil, and we look forward to seeing you. You can actually go and have a rest in 10 minutes now. See you at 8 o'clock, all right? Yeah. You're going to have a little snooze. All right, cheers, Neil. Thanks.
I like Neil's interview there. He said, "Well, I went to China. I went there a man. He said, well, I went there a man and came back a woman." Yeah.
One plaque. It's only because it's you. I've told other people to charge.
All right, here we go, guys. Semi-final 2 about to get underway. The Wiz versus the Postman. Des, and I imagine the last couple of times you and Simon have played under these sorts of conditions. The last 2 great sudden knockouts obviously didn't go your way on those 2 occasions. So, you know, you're up against Simon. What have you got to do differently from what you've done on those last 2 occasions?
Look, I just need to hold my own, play the balls as they lay. Just try to apply a bit of pressure to Simon. He's playing well. He's a confident player, and he knows this rule set like the back of his hand. He's a true professional of the game. So I'm happy how I performed against Adam Shaw to get through that match and still be playing this evening. So my goal is just to play well, and hopefully I push Simon further, on the loser side out of the tournament. Yeah.
And Simon, I mean, this is the guy who's taken your national crown a couple of weeks ago. Now that was the one that meant so much to you. So this is an opportunity to once again show that you are number 1 in New Zealand with a small white.
Yeah, like we spoke earlier in an interview, Super League happens. Balls sometimes don't go your way. Des is national champion, so I'm happy to come into this one second favourite this time round. So that's good. And yeah, it's going to be a good game. We always have a good battle, whether it's whatever rule set we play. So he's a top player. He won't be in the semi-final again. So hopefully we just both play our best, and I don't know how we're going to top that match. Yeah, that was pretty nerve-wracking to watch. Obviously, I've still got my organiser's head on as well. Making sure the event goes well, and the format's been brilliant. Like so much drama, so much more intense moments in matches. So. I think the key is just winning those key frames in the sets, and that's what it's probably going to come down to in this match. So,
well, I guess one way you could top the last match is maybe by going all the way to a shootout. So we'll look. Look forward to that one. All right, thanks very much, guys. Best of luck, and we'll let the players lag for the break.
Thank you very much, Paul. So, back on we go for the second semi-final. Neil Wally, as you saw before, already through.
Yep. Do you want a hand commentating?
Indeed I do.
I'm going to get some food and I'll be back in 15.
Okay.
But I'll, if nobody else wants to, I'll jump in. I can stay until my food goes ding. You alright?
Yeah.
You got a drink?
I do indeed. I'm going to get an alcoholic one after this.
I'm sure you deserve a good old strong double wicker.
Double wiki.
Wiki.
Never mind the chat, folks. We're just getting a bit reacquainted with each other. Welcome to the mic, Steve Denton.
Thanks, John. Done a great job. Nice to help out. I will have to bail and eat some food, but I'll be here for the rest. So what's your predictions? You're just going to ask me that, weren't you?
Well, I was thinking about it, yeah. For this lag, Des actually wins the lag, so he will break first. Prediction? Oh,
this does have
Jesus,
the potential.
This is so tight.
This does have the potential to be an absolute classic, and I'll tell you why. We all know Simon's game, and we know how good he is, and we know just what he's capable of. But what Des has done in the last few weeks, his confidence is skyrocketed. So add that confidence to his natural talent, then I think he's an equal match. So I'm predicting this to go, going all the way.
You know what? I'm actually going to go Simon, but I reckon it goes 2 sets each. But I reckon Simon just at the end with that experience that he's got in pressure cooker situations will just have enough to take it.
Yeah.
It's going to be incredibly tight though, and if Des wins, then all power to him. And obviously I'm going to sit on the fence as far as possible, and I just want a good game.
Well, that's right.
I want to see a game like the last one.
That's first and foremost, is just to get a good game, and the last match was excellent, and it's a lot to live up to, but I think this has got every potential to do that.
I mean, you had an absolute humdinger of a game in the Nationals against Adam Shaw, didn't you?
Oh, it's great.
I mean,
that's what it's all about. I didn't lead the game until the last frame.
I mean, what goes through your head though when you are in those tight matches and you just
stubbornness and just this will to want to succeed, but when you're down, and I don't know, something kicks in and you just think, you just take a frame at a time. That's such a key bit of advice. Don't look at the scoreboard, don't be under pressure by that. Just take a frame at a time, and before you know it, you're back in it. Back in 2015, 7-4 down against Simon in the final. I didn't even know I'd won the last 5 frames in that until I'd finished and someone told me. I was in the zone, and you just take each frame as it comes.
It's such a big thing to kind of ignore the score, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
Obviously it looms large, but to be able to push that to the side and just win this frame, or even break it down even further, make the spool, get to the next one, get your pos, just make sure all those little cogs are clicking.
Yep, that's right.
Turning in the right way, and then make that machine go and win yourself a frame.
One step at a time. Okay, so Simon's got the first opportunity here. Chosen yellows. The black's clearly the sticking point.
Steve, by the way, the semi-finalist in the National Super League Championships 2 weeks ago. So more than qualified to be talking about this sort of game.
I think he's looking to leave that last yellow to knock the black out, which is obviously the best ball to do that. But obviously the danger is making sure you do create an opportunity from that. You wouldn't always like to leave this as your last shot to break a ball out. You'd like to do it early, but I don't think he's got an option. Just wants to bring this down about there. Perfect. And he should just be able to coast this into that black and pick it out and leave it into the bottom right hand corner.
Yeah, he doesn't want any part of this red, does he?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
The black out.
That's all he needed. Control. And how many times do you see that, overhit?
Or you just get complacent on it, you hit the red and get snookered behind it, but Simon's a way better control player than that.
And I can assure you that he would have seen that shot right at the beginning of that clearance. He knew exactly where he needed to be at the end, and that's part of the skill of this game, is to learn that key balls, and certainly the last ball. You just wouldn't always like to see that being your last shot, is to break a ball out, but I think because he could do it so controlled as he did, it was the right choice.
Yeah, so many people try to coach and they'll say to you, you need to do that earlier, like do it earlier and then it's out of the way and you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the frame. Well, sometimes the balls don't allow themselves, or they don't present themselves in such a way, and off the break.
Enough.
Ouch.
Went like that.
But they don't present themselves in such a way for you to get the breakout earlier. You have to play it then and there, because nothing else allows you to do it, so to speak. And you just have to realise that as a player, that's your last shot, so get the best position on it that you can, and make sure you know exactly what you need to do for the breakout, and do it.
So there's Des using his free shot. It's pretty irrelevant, the red going in. Still an open table.
Just a question for you there from Mr. Southwest.
Yeah, I did get asked several times. It's a difficult one to answer. It's just, sometimes you don't think something's for you, and this sort of tournament, I don't know. I just didn't fancy. Yeah, just didn't fancy it. I'm not a big sort of here's my money, here I am, come get me. I'm more of a sneak into a tournament, do the best I can, and sneak out again. But I was asked, and I may sort of think I'm regretting it slightly. I do like the format of the set play, but that's my decision, and who knows, next year. But I did enjoy the Nationals recently, and I'm still playing, contrary to what people think. Still enjoy the game, always will, and I equally enjoy watching it, so enjoy this. It's going to be a spectacle.
It is, and just to think as well that this is the first year that this particular tournament's been held. This is like a successor tournament to the Great Southern Knockout, but this format as it is, the first year that it's held, and it's already turning heads. To think there's space for it to be even better than it is now is scary, but in the best possible way.
Yeah, absolutely, agreed, yeah. It's a great starting point. Things are going in the right direction, and it's exciting for the future. And the more youngsters we get in, of course, the better.
Oh, you buzzed.
You have to excuse me, guys. I'll be back very shortly.
So Steve just going off to have his food. So for the time being, I'll be riding solo. Look at that sea of yellows to negotiate. Better secure a safe passage to China here, boy. Oh, yes. got there without a scratch on the boat. Now the same on the way back out. Just reminding himself to really cue this. Get into it. Do all the right things. That'll do nicely. Now this to answer Simon's win in the first frame. And yes indeed, so Des Wilcox answering the call. 1 game apiece, first set. Do hope to see Stevie D Black back playing in this, because as you saw in the Nationals, some of you would have seen his matches. Definitely still got it. I mean, skill is undoubted, both this format and Clubs New Zealand, but obviously we really want to see him excel in this. Down goes the yellow off the break, so immediately on to a chance to make it 2 clearances in a row here. Last frame off a foul break from Simon. And this one on his own merit. Yellows are in play. And look at the layout here. Layout's quite beautiful for the yellows. Just needs to pick which one he wants to play last, because there'll probably be that one over the middle pocket there, the one closer to the bulk line of the 2 middle balls there. He can screw back off this and ideally not hit that yellow, then he can get into the other 2 ones in and around bulk and leave that last one in the middle for last. Good evening to you too, Samara. I hope you're enjoying this back in Palmerston North. Unfortunately, we don't have a representative from Manawatu in the semis or in the final, so Taranaki, I imagine, would be your next best bet. That's the province that Des represents. Out beautifully for the black here. Just needs to make one more good shot. Just to get on the mini hill. This he does. So 2 games to 1 Des Wilcox in what seems like a very small amount of time, but that's the rub at this level. Break, get one off the break, it's a good spread, then more times than not that player will finish. Just taken 10 minutes to play these 3 frames, so if you can continue to play at this speed, then that should be a relatively quick one, but quick does not mean that it won't be good. This time keeps the cue ball on the table. Yeah, did notice that as well, but you pointed it out. Both players opting to play with a glove. Well, actually, both players never used to wear one, but they both switched to playing with one. I think Simon started playing with his just so that just to get the better feel of his new cue running through his bridge, just to reduce friction, and like if any moisture gets in there, then it can be wicked away. Is he asking for the cue ball to be cleaned here? I think must be a cue mark right where the yeah, just where he's going to hit this cue ball. Must be a big mark of chalk there. So he's asked Baden to come and get it cleaned for him while he prepares to play his next shot. Don't actually have a little holder for that cue ball, so have to try and place it as best he can. As long as the players are fine with it, then there's no issue. It's not quite the way that you'd otherwise do it, but with the consent of the players, it's all good. Oh, it's more just in a warmer room, Kingy, I think. Sometimes you warm a room, you like the places between you, like between your fingers, you get a little bit of moisture build up, and of course between your pointer finger and your thumb, where your bridge goes, that's one of the places where you can get a bit, and then you try to run a cue through it without a glove, and then sometimes it sticks and it pulls. You know, I don't wear a glove myself, and never really have, but I can understand why players decide to wear one. I know Brent Wells also wears one, and he was in this tournament. Prize money this year, the winner gets $8,000 New Zealand, the losing finalist gets $4,000, and the semi-finalists get $2,000 each. So yeah, all that prize money in New Zealand dollars. But this room not overly warm at the moment, so humidity shouldn't really be a problem. It's more so that it's a bit warmer in and around the table with the lights. I think that's just at the discretion of the tournament controller, Stiggy. I'm not 100% sure what the ruling is in black ball, if there's a time clock involved. Des very, very quickly, having to use both jaws to get that in, but leaps to a 1-0 lead. It's 1, 2, 3 clearances in a row in 15 minutes, and one for Simon as well. So actually 4 clearances in a row in 15 minutes of work. It's pretty good going, and that's exactly the standard you expect. Janet Scanlon, I did see your message there. Janet is Simon's mum, beaming in all the way from the UK. So just for you, if you're not too sure, the black glove is Simon and the blue glove is Des. If you can't tell the players apart, you just have a look at the gloves on their hands, or better yet, have a look at the side view, top right of your screen. Des at the table now wearing the shirt with some yellow on it, and Simon wearing an all sort of gunmetal grey shirt. Yeah, he's looking an absolute dream at the moment, Ryan, and queuing like one too. I must admit, I did say to Steve that I had picked Simon to just pip him at the post in this game, but the way Des has started here, he's going to be incredibly difficult to overcome, especially if everything rifles into the pocket like that. It goes to show that he's got the utmost confidence in his cueing. It does a little bit CHCF, but I mean the players have played with it enough to know, so they will, at a point that suits them, they will ask for that rack to be removed, and usually that will be if they have to play a shot where the ball has to run over it. Like most definitely before the break, the black for example, then Des is going to ask for that to get removed. See, this shot may run over the very tip of it, so I wouldn't be surprised if he, at some point very soon, wants that to be picked off. You're talking about the cue there, are you, John? Because Simon's cue is a carbon fibre cue, and Hello. And Des's cue is a wooden cue. I'm not entirely sure which wood it is, but
Crikey, what did I miss there?
about 3 clearances in a row from Des.
Wow. Trust me to go for something to eat there. That's incredible.
NZ tight cut. There you go.
Is this 4 in a row?
Will be if this goes.
Wow. Nice.
Shark rack, no shark rack, doesn't matter. Still goes, so 1 game to 0, Des Wilcox.
When you're the national champ, then you've got a lot to live up to, and it looks like he's doing that. Good for him.
Did right CHCF, and it is absolutely criminal in this rule set to foul on the break, because a player just with an incoming player with a free shot and then a visit, there's so much you can do with the number of balls that are still on the table. It's outrageous. So keeping the cue ball on the table would have to take precedence over everything, wouldn't it? That's where that good consistent hit helps.
Yeah, I mean, you watch the Y when it makes contact with the triangle, you get to see, exactly what's happened. I mean, with that one there, for example, a lot of spin on the top, which means he didn't contact the centre of the ball, but he has got the white in a favourable position.
No,
but he's not using the rack, is he?
No, he's not using the rack. The final, no, this is the second semi-final, Tara. They weren't played at the same time. That's so we can get people into the venue to watch the final. Neil Wally won the first semi, so he awaits the winner of this match.
Oh, slight miscue there. Not surprising considering how he was hampered by the yellow. It's given him a chance to let Simon back in. And by the looks of it, he needs a chance.
Most wood cues are ash. I'd like to say yes, John.
So the problem
or
here
English
is
maple.
The problem here is, he's not identified this black as a problem, and he's tried to get that out and failed. So that's just an example of being a bit cold. He's obviously been kept off the table by Des, and he would have expected to hit those and split those open. Now he's got less opportunities. Does he cut? Does he play the safe option, or does he carry on?
I reckon at the moment he carries on. Sort of play this as a little overshot, but no, he has played the safe option, so good call, Steve.
There's no point continuing if you don't feel you can get that ball out.
Bastard.
And at least by blocking that, then it halts the progress for that black along the bottom cushion for Des.
It just gives him a few extra shots, doesn't it? And I mean, Des knows full well that he needs to use a little bit of common sense and not try to fly into this blind, because the frame the way it lies at the moment, he's second favourite, so like he knows what he has to do along the way and the basics that he has to follow to turn that around.
Desi's mindset at the moment is clear, so, you know, he's still thinking that.
He's trying to get that further behind, wasn't he?
Good shot.
You might still be able to see the yellow, but it's still a good shot, as you said.
Looks like it's close.
Dang, I can smell that food. Paul's just gotten himself a hearty meal and he's right next to me and I can smell it. Just looking, getting the referee over to see if that's a total snooker.
I'm not sure how relevant it is, but it needs to be sorted before he takes his shot.
Oh, Simon will make it relevant. If there's any shot that he can play reasonably to get its tuck in and get a snooker, then this call is quite vital, because if it is a foul snooker, then not needing to hit a rail after makes the multiple rail escape and tuck in just the same sort of shot that Neil Wally played, for example, in the last frame of the last match. It makes that shot feasible.
Oh, Daniel's doing the job for him. See him.
Yeah,
it's pretty close.
It's a bit difficult in this to call total snooker with a small cue ball, I reckon. Because if it's the same size balls, it'd be easier because you can just use the templates as you would in C and Z. But
yeah,
you can't really do that here unless you make a template specifically for this cue ball. Yeah, it's a carbon fibre Ignite shaft, I think. Ryan King, I think you bang on. Oh Jesus, now you're getting technical.
Yeah, good shot.
That could have so easily gone
wrong,
couldn't it?
Yep. He hasn't disturbed that yellow too much from guarding that pocket.
He poked the bear, but not hard enough to wake it up. You reckon he'll be looking for a plant or just to try and run off something here?
Well, you see the two balls in the middle, they're in prime positions, they go in multiple pockets, and also they're useful for playing the skill shot. So I'd be reluctant to move them, but it looks like he is. John called it.
Ooh,
okay, yeah.
Did he get enough? That side view's really good. I don't think that yellow's on, so in that respect he's done really well.
Simon may choose to nudge this yellow along away from the black, but also leaving still blocking the black along the bottom cush. He gives Des a shot, but he makes that black really difficult, and he frees up his yellow because everything else is looking quite good. You always got to be looking at the ball that you can't pot.
Exactly. Well, I mean, where are you looking to leave the cue ball here if you do play that yellow next to the black?
Well, even if he rolls it on dead weight and leaves that white in front of the black, it frees up that yellow to a possible position and also blocks that black from going in either bottom pockets. I think he may have seen it, but it's whether he chooses to play that.
I think also the possibility of leaving them Chinese snooker, which is massive with a small cue ball on larger balls.
Okay, right.
That's a better angle if you're looking to split it.
Yeah, it's definitely his next shot.
Broomstick.
It's brave, but it's something he's well capable of doing.
Are you calling him a witch, Kingy?
Shot.
Got it out. He's not on it, but he is on...
He's got the one in the middle?
No, I don't think that's on.
Right, okay.
I think it's going to be the one top left corner, which may very well be natural for the one in the middle. Sorry, not in the middle, it'll be the bottom right corner.
I still preferred my shot option earlier. I think he wants to get going. He's frustrated. He's lost a set and he's a game down, and he wants to make something happen.
I don't think he'll be frustrated, but he'll be just itching to. Okay, it was on.
It did go.
Well,
Well,
maybe I'm just blind.
No, that's good.
I mean, even that side view, I was looking at that side view thinking, no way.
Well, I didn't think it went.
Oh, thanks.
I didn't think
I feel
it went.
better now.
Yeah.
Get away from the
Excellent
black. No, great shot.
Just a slight angle moving that white away. He hit that well, but firm.
Yeah, he just pulled up a wee bit later than it would have liked to. I mean, nice and straight would have been perfect, or even if it had stopped 200 mil before, it would have been perfect. Fair enough, Kingy.
So he's going away with the white, so he's got to make a decision. He's committed now.
Throw it in.
He's committed now. Just got to leave a hard black. This is a key shot. Such a key shot. He wouldn't have wanted.
Hide, is he?
No, and he wouldn't have wanted. He wanted to want himself to leave this hard shot, but he's committed now.
Nah, chopped in behind it.
Now Des should make him pay.
I reckon it's easier to overcut with the smaller cue ball, eh?
Yeah, definitely. You got to hit that ball along the cush. You got to aim thicker than you would normally.
Yeah, something I was saying earlier is.
So it almost looks unnatural when you actually hit it, like it's going to hit into the cushion, but.
Well, it's because it's a smaller cue ball. You hit the object ball later than you think, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to aim fatter to compensate.
And if your cueing's out even slightly, then you're transmitting unwanted side, and that really affects the object ball. So it's a tough shot, especially where he left it. So he's looking to move this out, give it a wee nudge, pop this one in the middle, and nudge that one out. He only needs to clip the edge of it, and it'll knock it out for the same pocket. There you go, beautiful shot.
Lovely subtlety in that shot. That's what I love the most. Didn't have to smash it, just had to move it enough. Screw back, natural angle to just run down and back up table. Any way he wants to play it. He's really good at those stun shots, so if he likes that shot better than the follow shot, then he can play it, then why not? Down goes the black, and in very quick time, Des Wilcox on the mini hill here. 2-0 ahead in the second set.
It's pretty clear watching this just how much confidence he's got, and that stems from 3 weeks ago winning the New Zealand title. It's really, really good to see.
The hardest shot with the small white. I mean, Steve, this is for you. Joan, are you talking about the fine cut?
Oh, well, there's several. I mean, the one obvious one is the top spin, because you get such little reaction with that white. In order to get that white to follow through, you've got to put almost twice the energy you would for the normal Clubs New Zealand white. And of course the cushion shots, because you're always trying to hit the ball thicker than you expect. So it all takes a little bit of practice, and if you're switching between whites and different codes, then it's even harder. You've just got to be wide in. But yeah, the small white will throw you.
Yeah, well, that makes it even more amazing that year that you had, 2015, when you won just about everything going. And you were switching between codes quite regularly. You were switching between two-shot and CNZ with regularity, almost week by week. And
I was lucky with time off, so I was able to play Mondays with the small white in the morning. I'd go and practice, play Monday nights, and then I'd go Tuesday morning practice with the big white. And I just got in the habit of switching. But you do need to have a few frames for your brain to switch over to the two whites. But if you really are serious about playing well in both codes, it is tough. You got to put time in. So yeah.
Des has locked that second red up, but he's perhaps a bit fortunate that he may have an angle just to move it.
Yeah.
So there you go. You don't have to hit the yellow to move those. If you just have to clip the ball to move it enough for it to be on. And so many players, they look at that and they think it's got to move further, or you've got to hit the other ball to move it. You don't have to. Just have to move the ball. You're looking with, especially with the small cue ball, how it runs off of balls on angles to control that contact.
He's contemplating the rail shot first.
Yeah, I probably would, to be honest. Because it's not easy to get onto that ball on the rail from the red and bulk. Overcut it. It's just what you were saying. Yeah, it is a bit weird that you've got a pub table with a bigger cue ball as well. Obviously that's pubs and not clubs, but you've got that as well. Players' nicknames.
Yeah, it is confusing. But when it comes to the purest competitions like these, then you know where you stand. But I understand what you're saying. You go out to pubs and clubs and you encounter different size whites for different codes, and yeah. Although I was brought up playing with small white, I do really enjoy playing with the normal size white, CNZ white. Everything is just exactly what you want it to do. The small white always does something unexpected. It throws a wider angle, and it's so much harder to control.
Yeah, I think that's what separates the wheat from the chaff in this game, isn't it?
Well, it does, yeah.
That and the knowledge of the rules.
Yeah.
Which differs between player and player, and obviously the English-born players like Simon have an innate advantage because I've played with it before and I've played the rules before.
Well, Simon didn't play this in the UK. I mean, people forget that. He wasn't a pool player. He was a snooker player. So he's learnt all this since he's been in New Zealand. But he's just so good at it. I'm surprised he's going... Is he going for that? Okay. Yeah, I didn't think because he wants to leave that one on the left side at the top there because it splits out that pocket. Certainly goes in that pocket there. He's left a chance.
He has. Now does he get that shark rack removed? I think that's what he's talking to the referee about. Is seeing if he can sort of bait in Jackson and just getting his
the unofficial referee
fingers to come in and move it for him.
Awesome, well done, Baden. Great work. Well, Clements is there. This is for set 2. There's no problem here I can see. Obviously getting down for the black, but...
Just got to pop the balls, really.
Yeah, just get yourself in that position, stay close to what he's doing, and that's exactly what he's done now. Get rid of these two.
Needs to avoid hitting the yellow here.
I'd probably want to leave the one on the right hand side at the top as my last ball, and then you can coast down for the black. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He just needs to leave enough angle to get that white down. Black probably does go bottom left and left middle, so he wants to be coming down there. You can see where he's looking, and just bringing down this right hand side, and then it gives him 2 options. And the beauty of that is if you over hit it, you've got the middle up. Give yourself more options always.
Yeah, and you try to go the left hand side of the black, then those 2 yellows are tighter to it, so it's easier to get stuck behind them.
Exactly.
Whereas you see the open expansive table on the right hand side of the black, it's harder to get stuck there.
This is key though. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I don't think that's too bad. You see, you don't have to hit this white hard to get that red in. You feel like you might have to hit it hard, but you don't.
No, not with a small cue ball, no.
If you're cueing it white and you put a little flick of right hand side, then, you know. I think he'll be looking more middle though. There's his black pocket.
I'd say so now because it's...
Because he's going to let travel, yeah, it's going to travel.
Oh, fall,
Ooh.
Jump, stamp.
Close, so close. This is so key. What an important part of the game this is already. Still early, but that would for 2 sets.
Pretty sure he still would have cut that black into the middle pocket.
I think
if
so.
that had dropped, he'd use the yellow as a buffer, so to speak.
Yeah.
If he puts the yellow and the black same shot, it's fine. That's one other thing I love about this rule set is that you don't get punished for that as long as you plot your own ball.
And I'm a big believer, right, in this position that the best form of defence is attack. Those balls are all on, well within capable. And it's easy to think, well, I'll hide the white, try and get myself an advantage that way, but no, these are on. He'll go for these.
So you're suggesting Kingy that he should have put a little bit more right on that and tried to go off 2 rails just to try and get the cue ball to sort of stop. The one under the black, you reckon?
He's going to prove me wrong, isn't he? He's going to try and stick it behind the black. I still would be going for it, but...
Well, this is not too difficult.
No, it's not, no.
Almost like a half ball cut, this, isn't it?
Would he wanted it this difficult? He could have left it a bit straighter. Yeah, he's got himself a little bit out of position, but he's still committed.
We've still got enough balls to be in position, though, doesn't he? It's just that you don't want to be too far out of it, that you're having to play a magic shot to get back in.
Oh, snatched at that. Now that is definitely... Is he going to get away with it? He is. Slightly awkwardly. Yeah, well, pressure's on. You can see that from his stroke there. It was very much of a snatch shot. Something uncharacteristic to see from Simon.
You can see the pressure there, can't
I think
you?
he put the pressure on himself. He didn't go the right. He didn't map that out correctly, and he got himself in a bit of a dodgy area. Now the little jaw on the left of this red should straighten it up back down. You can use that jaw lock. There you go.
Go first keeps rolling.
Oh, he's gone in betwixt again. I still fancy him bottom left.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, it's a fine enough cut that you shouldn't need to worry about the in-off so much. Just make the pot. Oh,
yeah,
nice! You see him ride that all the way in too. That's how you knew.
Now we've got a game on. How does Simon react? How does he respond? This is probably not uncharted territory, but it'd be interesting to see how the game goes from here. Knowing Simon, he's disappeared out of the room for a break. What's that?
Shouldn't it be 2-0?
2 sets, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you did right, King. Especially for Simon, usually he's excellent at being able to control himself. Even if he gets out of pause, he can get back into position for a finish very quickly. But
what a break that is. Astonishing. 3 yellows, 1 red. Looks too easy.
It's probably more so a break just to try and get himself back into the spirit, so to speak, right? Because sometimes the best thing you can do is, if you're not playing so well, is just sort of slow the game down. And obviously ways you can do that, just take a toilet break, even if you don't need to go to the toilet. I mean, no one's going to question you, are they? So just take a few minutes and just think to yourself, right, next one's mine. Just need to get down and relearn how to cue, pretty much.
Well, Des is playing such confident, open, aggressive pool, and that's hard to defend against.
Yeah, evidenced by this, isn't it?
Simon's great at the tactical game, and he may resort to using it just to get himself back into the game. That's a really key, great shot. I mean, he's not missing anything.
And that's
he's playing astonishing.
That's how confidently he's playing, is that he left that until last. And most players would see that and want to split it up first, but he's left that until last because he trusts his cueing so much that he knows he can make that and still be on the second yellow.
Very nice.
Oh,
Very nice
that's
indeed.
coasted beautifully.
This is a man who's playing confident pool, and he deserves everything he gets from that, and he's in a winning position, even at this early stage. Very nice to watch.
Well, at the moment, he's just playing the pool of his life, isn't he?
Yep.
Up until this point, and Ryan King, you were suggesting that he's been practicing a lot more with these rules and with the small cue ball, and you can see it's showing, can't you?
Absolutely.
You're right too, CHCF, and up until about a year ago or so, you would have put Simon squarely in that bracket. But he's been spending a bit of time away from this game, focusing a bit more on his 9-ball, because of course he went overseas to play in the World Cup of Pole. So he had 9-ball as his main game for quite a while, and so he's had to sort of snap back into this one. And then because he works in the tourism industry, he's been quite busy with work, and he hasn't been able to commit the same amount of time to practice with these rules. So as a result, his game hasn't been quite as good as it has been the last 4 or 5 years, when he's been winning pretty much everything to do with these rules. Obviously still a brilliant player, he's in the semi-final and he can still win it, but he is showing that he's more beatable than he used to be.
But that said, I mean, there's a couple of points to make at this point this year.
1-0 to Des.
Certainly the recent events this week with MK, you know, don't forget that Simon and Matt very close, and he's been very much close to that story, and it's affected him just like it's affected everyone.
With Mulrooney.
Yes. But the other thing that we mustn't forget is, for those that don't know, the Pocket Series in Australia, which actually is on this evening and it's free to view. Not that you should switch over from this. But for the tonight and tomorrow, Pocket Series is free to view. It's the last round of this year. And next year, Simon's been offered a wild card, which he's taken to go and compete over in Australia. So he's going to be so keen to, push his position here in New Zealand as being the number one player. So any thoughts that, for whatever reason he's not playing or wants to play to his full potential, he absolutely does, because he's got a lot on the line next year. So these sort of games will, the Aussies will be watching this, so, and they'll want to see how good a player Simon is, because he'll be competing against the best in Australia. And believe me, he needs to be on top of his game for that.
And you've got more than one Australian watching in the chat at the moment. I mean, Kingy's from Toowoomba, Queensland, and he's had some experience playing in these roles. So, I mean, that's the kind of calibre you have to play against, playing in Australia versus Australia. And for Simon going over there next year, I mean, the focus to his game will switch fully to this game.
Yes.
Like, this game will become number one for him,
yes.
Whereas earlier on in the season it was 9-ball.
That's absolutely right. But it's huge.
Yeah.
The offer of the wildcard's huge. The offer to play against some of the best players in the world is huge. And he'll be keen to make his mark on the game here and keep his status going. So, not getting through to, well, at least the final of the Nationals. This will be this will be a bit of a knock to his confidence for that.
Could very well be, John. I think.
I'm not writing Simon off.
Yeah, no, you're just saying it how it is, aren't you?
It's important to him. Don't think that it isn't. It's hugely important. As far as the link to the Pocket Series, well, you just Google Pocket Series Australia, you'll find it. And normally it's subscription based for the year, something like $50-$60, which is well worth the money. It's how they survive over there playing this tournament over the year. But tonight, because it's the last one, they're offering it free of charge. So I think it starts around sort of 5-6 o'clock in the evening, but it's on tonight and tomorrow night. That's 2 separate competitions, and you'll see the best pool in Australia for free.
You're definitely right, Tara. And
Oh.
Look at this. Does he get lucky? Get out of there!
Oh, how cruel.
No, he's okay. He's okay.
Is he?
Just
He
saw
is.
it on the side view.
He is, yeah, I think you're right. He is. Just.
I think you're right, John, but I'll wait for this black. Oh, he didn't make it! He was walking like he'd already made it. No, he better walk straight to his seat. No, what you say is correct, I think, John. And part of that is because of what we were just talking about, but also, I mean, you've got these players like Des who they want to make a name for themselves with this rule set, so they're putting the time in to be better at it and reaping the rewards for it. I mean, not just Des, but also you see Healy as well, out of the New Zealand-born players.
Absolutely. It is a
Adam
change.
Lilly
It
as
is.
well.
It's a changing of the guard. Is absolutely right. Whether that's because there's less effort being put in by certain players or what. At the end of the day, it's great. Well, that was a huge miss. What an opportunity.
I'm getting a bit of wave going, are you?
That was
It's one of our good
huge
mates
miss.
in Paul. Just
You see, I always think that certain moments define the rest of the game, and I'm not saying that this is going to change it completely, but that was a bad miss from Des, and Simon's back in, but he's still got a lot to do to get back into the rhythm because he clearly is out of sorts tonight, mainly because Des is playing flawless pool. But that was a bad miss for Des, so we'll see how that pans out in the rest of this set.
well, he's playing near flawless Paul, wasn't he? I mean, that was the only genuine bad shot I've seen him play for quite a good number of frames, but it happens to everyone, and hopefully he'll think, well, that's the only one I do in this game, and
I see,
the rest of them will be as good as they have been.
And Kingy made a point there, Simon will be fine until he meets Barney Boy, So those who don't know who that is, it's Andy Barnett, who just happens to live in Australia, who's also been given a wild card to next year's Pocket Series. So it's doubly exciting for me because me and Andy come from the same town in the UK, from Rugby Town, and we always joke about what a tough school it is over there because playing in that town was as hard as it gets. So for us to make it out of there and to make a mark in pool across the seas is massive, and it's testament to how tough the pool was in our hometown. So Barney Boy will be a tough competitor, and I'm excited to watch both him and Simon next year in that tournament.
Yeah, Andy Barnett was also managed. He was actually invited to come over and play in this too, but due to personal circumstances, he had to pull out. So that's where Des Blair got into this tournament, and Des made a good account of himself. Haven't seen him play a lot of reds and yellows recently, but
I can assure you from first hand, Andy Barnett is gutted not to be here. He really, really wanted to play in this.
I'm pretty sure he would be.
It would have been exciting to have fellow Englishmen over here, and also for the competition factor. So, but maybe next time. So here we go. Continuation of the third set, 1-1, best of 3.
Well, that's what it becomes, doesn't it? And Simon's got, obviously, after winning that last frame, he'll start to feel a little bit better, and Des having to have a really good look at this brack now, because he's not in the best position with his cue ball here. I mean, the black there in the yellow left-hand side of your table just makes everything a wee bit tougher. So I'm not sure if that red or the yellow goes. So this is quite a difficult position to be in here. I think he's going for a double.
I think he might be, just to get things. Oh, great
Get it
shot.
popping.
Great shot.
Yeah, let's get it popping, he says.
It's quite often you break off and you see an easy opener, but he saw that as an opportunity to set his colour, but also to break the game open. That's such a tough decision because he could have easily handed over, you know, the shot to Simon. So it just shows how confident he's playing.
Yeah, and a lot of players would have deliberately played to sit that over the pocket too, but he's played 100% to pot that because he still truly believes he can finish it, and on the evidence, why not?
Why not? And his body language is so key. You can just tell. Simon's shoulders have slumped.
Oops.
But Des is still playing with confidence, so this is really interesting how Simon responds to this.
Every turn Simon gets at the table, he'll have to treat it as a gift.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't been receiving too many of them. Even if he plays a good safety here and doesn't leave Des much, and Des will have to give the table back to him. So this is where table time is massive, because Simon's had very little of it leading into this set. So this is where that tactical side could come in. Simon, you could be right. Steve, you could be right there.
It's something he hasn't done a lot of in this match, but he hasn't had a huge opportunity to.
Frames have been all so open.
Yeah, that's right. And he's always looked like he's slightly behind. He tends to play safety when he's ahead, when he's in control.
Well, he's been behind because he's barely got to the table, because Des has been able to finish almost anything, not tacked down. That would have been a safety shot. He might have left a wee sliver of red there.
Well, he certainly will off the cush. I mean, even if you can't hit this red on the cushion direct, he can certainly make a good effort off the cushion. So either way, he's not in a terrible position. Simon hasn't got that as tight as he'd want it to.
You reckon he might be looking to try and snooker him up here? He's got to be careful. If he does come off the rail first and hit the red...
I know, look at that.
He's looking for a split, but he hasn't got it.
Unlucky. Still playing attacking confident Paul. Didn't quite get the break this time, but... and it's difficult, because where he is now, he's got to hit a cush, so those balls have either got to be split open. He's nowhere to hide, really, in this position. He can't tuck it in behind them without fouling.
Just screw back off this one, I reckon.
Yeah, it's possible,
Made a rail.
So there you go, so...
As long as that one to the middle isn't on, the middle right is not on, then he'll feel like he's done a good job there, because he's left Simon something hard to start with.
Can you see that one? It's hard to say,
Right middle, not too sure. Neither view really helps.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Just going to go for that. Tap that off. Leave it snookered. Probably hasn't left the total, which is good.
That's fine.
You actually do try not to leave a total, because that gives an advantage to your opponent to touch behind the ball.
Unless you look to go right behind the ball, in which case the total's fine, because the escape's so difficult. Yeah, I'd love one too, Leonard. You have to be invited to play in it. And obviously if you're invited to play in the Southern Knockout, which
foul there.
I just wonder if they're going to hold it again.
I think he tried to come off the side with side.
Yeah.
Looks like he missed it. Yep.
Yeah, he missed it. No contact.
So this is massive. I mean, he's got a free shot. Everything's there. He's just got to work out what his first shot's going to be. And having spoken to Simon about these rules, there's always something you can do with that first shot. Something advantageous, of course. You should never really start the clearance on your first shot. Do something, anything, just to hamper your opponent, just make it a little bit more difficult if he does get back to the table. My feeling would be this red that's between the two at the right hand side of the middle, because that's he's certainly looking at that area. He wants to get rid of that,
Play it as a plant.
And then everything else is there.
Open the yellow up. Also pushes it away from that yellow over the middle pocket.
I'd be looking at going to the right of the balk area. But so I'd hit the red he's looking at head on to free it up. But he's going this way anyway. He wants to knock this yellow down at the corner and also put that red slightly on the cushion. Yep, that's all good. They're all there.
Well, he wanted the control, didn't he? Which
yes.
he would have struggled with if he was all the way over the right-hand side of the bowl. He could have lost the cue ball, but
Yeah.
he was able to control the cue ball very well on that shot, and all he needed was a wee bump. He didn't need to move it far. He's left it on. Doesn't really matter so much where the red is, as long as there is a finish.
No.
And he'll be happy to take it either way.
Hey, look, they're all there. There's nothing stopping him clearing these. Let's see how he feels. Yeah, you want to be looking at getting that one over the top right-hand pocket away. You can play the punt, but if he can avoid that, he might play the punt still. But he can pop that and come out.
I'd probably
Which he is
pop that
doing.
and come out, to be honest. Just keep it simple.
That's it. Oh, he hasn't hit that. He's, okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
If he runs too far, he's still got the other two at this end of the table. If he gets his pace nice, and he's got the two in bulk, so
Yeah.
you just got to avoid the red, that's all. Don't get stuck on the red. 3 major tournaments in a row. I know the first one was the Nationals. I'm not quite sure what the second one was,
Oh,
Ryan.
he's talking about the
Alex.
9-ball tournament in the UK, possibly.
Des.
Is it? Oh, is he talking about
You mean
Des?
Des
Oh,
Wilcox.
sorry, I thought you meant Simon. Right, okay. Oh, he means North Islands. Yep, yep.
He didn't
You're right.
win the North Island.
Oh, he didn't?
Baden did.
No, the North Island CNZ. Didn't Des win that this year?
Oh, yes, he did. Yeah.
So maybe he means that as well as the two.
Oh,
others.
okay. Yeah. Well, the CNZ North Islands was played before the North Island Super League, so not quite, Alex. He didn't win the North Island Super League, Alex. That was Baden Jackson. He won the CNZ North Islands, though. If that's the one you're thinking of. That was held, I think, 3 weeks before the North Island
It's straight.
Super League.
It's straight. Simon's a bit straight on this. You see, I just question his mapping out of this. You know, you always try and stay in one end of the table, and he's had to come down the bottom to go back up to the top, and that just adds an extra bit of difficulty. And I'm not saying it's led to this particular difficult situation, but I don't know. He's got to get out of here, or he's going to have to just stun it and play the long yellow.
Either that, or if he's dead,
He's putting a bit of bottom on,
he has
yeah.
to smash into that red.
Yeah. I mean, it's not ideal, but he's on it, but it's not ideal.
True, he's had to take his medicine,
Yes,
hasn't he?
exactly.
Just play a long stun shot for the black here. If he's left this dead straight, then all he has to do is stun it in, right?
Yeah, he wants to put the black in the same hole, possibly, unless that's dead straight. Oh no, he's okay. Good shot. Good shot.
No problems,
Yep,
right?
that's solid.
Well, why were we even worried?
Because he's staying with me tonight, and I don't want him to be miserable.
Yeah, because it's... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think of that.
I'll have to get him pissed.
Good luck. Well, he's probably going to have to drive home tomorrow. Yes, please.
What do you want? Whiskey.
Yeah, double of Maker's Mark and Diet Coke, thanks.
What's it called?
Maker's Mark and Diet Coke, thanks. Steve's just nipped off to get a drink. Gentleman that he is, he's offered to buy me one as well. If there's ever a second gentleman in the sport, as far as the nickname goes, then Steve Denton would have to be that man. Rivals Neil Wally for gentlemanliness. Also an absolutely brilliant cueist, as you would have seen. I mean, all of us would have seen at least one of his games live, and you know how well he can strike a cue ball. I just want to change the score, but at the moment I can't. Simon Singleton's 2 games to 1 ahead in this set. So that score you see at the bottom of the screen at the moment isn't quite right. Pretty good start at that. He's maybe a touch straighter than he would have liked on this. He would like to come off and out of bulk and leave himself at probably a 30-degree angle or so on that yellow to the middle. And he could always leave that sort of shot after this yellow to the left middle, though. That was the beauty of having that yellow in the left middle now, is that he can use that to re-straighten himself, so to speak. So yeah, just a slight cut on this, didn't need to be a big one. Cue ball naturally runs into the red and promotes the yellow. The biggest problem with this, though, is that he's got to make sure he doesn't sit behind the red. If he hits the red full ball, then he's a chance to stay behind it. If he hits the red slightly less than full ball, though, just like that, then he deflects off it and he gives himself a shot at a different yellow. So it was pretty much perfect there from Simon. Now just needs to run the cue ball past this red to leave the last yellow on in the middle. Yep. Now pretty much the same shot. He's just off angle here, so put this in slightly harder than pocket weight and should drift slightly to the left and be pretty much spot on the black. This will be for the third set to get himself off the schneid. So this to get it to 2-1. He has indeed, so Simon Singleton, look out, he's coming back. 2-6-1 now.
Here we go, Thunder, get that down you.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate. Do a great job.
Thank you, pleasure to have you here.
So 2-2. Oh no, is that set for the set, was it? Damn.
Was for the set.
I didn't miss 2 frames, did I? Or not? Was he 2?
No, I think you only missed 1.
Oh, okay.
No, the score hadn't been updated.
Oh, okay, so... Okay, game on. What was our prediction? Mine was to go all the way. Maybe even to a black ball shootout.
Yeah, mine was that Simon would win. Take it. Two sets each and maybe 3-1.
Okay.
But, I mean, it still could happen, but you still have to slightly fancy Des at this point, but holy crap, Simon's going to make it hard for him in this set.
Oh, shit, yeah. I mean, he was so down there, you could just tell by his body language. He's had to dig real deep to win that set. But now he's got it, then he's back in it, and the crowd's behind him because everyone loves, to
love
support
the
him.
underdog, don't they?
Well, I was going to say that, but is he really?
Which arguably he is at this stage, because he doesn't have as much of the past form behind him, whereas Des does.
Yes.
And also he'll have a lot of support from those in the North Island. He'll feel all the North Islanders breathing down his neck as well.
Yep, real true North-South Island battle this. He's got first shout at this frame, and is there any problems with any of them?
Probably just the yellow next to the red there that he keeps looking at.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's close.
It's not. It doesn't sound like it. Well, it does actually sound like it, but it most definitely is like it, Tara.
No, he's drinking Cokes, Tara. But I don't know what's in the Coke, but it looks like Coke.
It's probably like what I'm drinking, which is a whiskey or bourbon. Why sets, Kingy? Just
Well, there's a couple of reasons. I
Yeah,
mean,
there you
John.
go.
I mean, we've talked about this a lot. I mean, it cuts out that where the race gets ahead of, you know, frames and matches can become one-sided. You know, someone gets on a run and it's hard to break that, and next thing you know, you're 6-7-0 down, which is, you know, deservedly to the person who's ahead. But this just makes it into little mini, sort of, I guess, little mini matches,
Games
doesn't it?
within a game.
Game
right?
within a game. And of course, the twist is that you can win a match by winning less frames than your opponent.
Yeah, but you win the key ones, don't
Yes.
you?
It just another snatch.
Threw his cue at
Threw
it.
his cue, and he was stretching slightly.
Something that we always say: use the rest.
It's a new format. It's working well. It's been accepted quite well by the players. They're really enjoying it, and yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of positive feedback that I've heard from the whole thing, really. Obviously, the black ball shootout at the end is quite nerve-wracking to watch and to play in, but it gets bums on seats, and then the black ball shootout, funnily enough, gets bums off of seats, so everyone crowds around the table to watch it.
I see whole games being stopped just to go and watch it.
Yeah, I have
cool.
too. It's great.
Reminded me of back in the early 80s and 90s when, you know, players at snooker were on the verge of a 147 and they'd stop one table while they all watched them complete the 147.
I mean, that's the sort of interest you want to garner,
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely.
Hit the red.
Oh, he's come behind it. That's not what he was after.
Wanted to hit that, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he wanted to clip that, or at least get onto that one at the top first.
I reckon it won't be too long until we'll see you in this, Steve. Maybe next year if they hold this event.
I must admit, I have enjoyed watching the sets, and I'm intrigued about how I'd compete with the sets. So yeah, why not?
Put some time in, just like you did for the Nationals.
I didn't
and
put a lot of time in for that, and I think that's what made the difference. I probably put 10 days in before the Nationals, and I just felt really relaxed and not as under pressure as I've felt in the past. And I think that's really the key, just to, you know, relax and come into a tournament just, you know, hungry. And that's what it was.
Oh no. Now Des has done it, so Simon back to the table with a chance.
Yeah, he ended up in that position. It wasn't a bad shot, but he just didn't quite get it where he wanted, and he was forced into that shot which wasn't on what he intended. And he's still playing confident Paul, but yeah, they're not quite going in as they were earlier, so this could be a bit of a change.
This is sometimes where being overconfident and hurt, though.
Good shot.
Get away from the
Good
yellow,
shot.
that's alright. But playing that super confident style of pull, if things are not quite going for you, if they're 98% rather than 100, then it can actually work against you, because you're still almost expecting everything to drop. But you've got to realise in pull that not everything does, so sometimes just dialing back slightly and maybe dropping in a snooker or a safety, or just taking a little bit more time on stuff might help.
Yeah. Let's not forget earlier against Adam, I think Des was it Des 2-0 up on Adam? And Adam came back to 2-0?
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
two
it
sets
It
down.
might have been.
And then
I know
actually,
Baden was down by a good stretch yesterday, and he came back and ended up getting pipped at the post.
well, going back to the other point there about why we're not doing races to 9, this is it. This is the reason. You know, these little mini sets or games within games, they create a lot more excitement, and for the players, opportunities to get back into it. Whereas, you know, if you do drift too many frames away from your opponent, then it's so much harder to get back into it. This is something they do in the IPA tour in the UK, is play sets, and they seem to think it's very, you know, it's successful.
Just a question from John there for you, Steve. The year was 2015, by the way.
What was that? Oh, do you think your form for the Nats was on par to yours? No, I was in a different world then. That was crazy. I don't know what happened that year. I just couldn't lose. I don't know. I've never really been able to explain it. I think it's down to the passion for the game. The passion then was just immense. I've always had passion for pool, but that
year, everything aligned.
Do you know, I'll tell you something else which I don't tell many people. It was the early days, not early days of YouTube, but pool on YouTube back in, say, 2013, 2012. I started watching that immensely back then. I really enjoyed watching other people play, the big players, and I could sit and watch a match and then get off there and go on the table and play like a demon. It just used to inspire me, and I was doing that watching Australian pool back in those early days, and it really inspired me to better my game. And it all led to 2015, which was like the perfect storm. I played Mick Hill when he toured New Zealand. That gave me a little bit of a spur on as well, because I competed with him, even though I got smashed, but I competed with him on a level which I was happy with, and I guess everything came together really well with life and now I just step back a little bit, and try and enjoy it more and not hold on as tight, because as much as I did well, I can't say it was always that enjoyable, because I was always holding on tight, wanting to win everything, but that year I just did.
Yeah, it's always good to have one of those career years, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
People remember you for it.
Absolutely. It was awesome. But I still enjoy it, always will. Never forget 2015.
Simon will be more than happy with that.
Absolutely.
He's managed to go from a poor position earlier on. He played an excellent little cannon on his two reds, and now he's in a position of strength within this frame. And very much a position of strength within the set, especially if he can make these final 5 balls, win the set, and get on the mini hill, and then Des is really under pressure, and that's when that experience comes in, isn't it? That Simon experience comes in. Awesome watching you and the Alan Cowan live.
Very kind. I enjoyed that.
It was a great tournament.
It's a massive tournament. It was such a pleasure to be part of it, let alone win it. Means a lot to a lot of people, eh?
Oh, because everyone remembers Al, and even if people don't remember Al, they remember what a cool memorial tournament was put on for him. And this year's event was special. Had 175 players playing in it, and some even came from bloody Hokitika and Nelson to play in it.
Yeah, it's fast becoming one of the best tournaments of the calendar, and one that everybody wants to be part of.
Talking of the very best.
Here we go. 2-0.
Yeah, boy.
The king is back. Long live the king.
In terms of...
Lost the queen. We got the...
Yeah. Hashtag too soon.
Oh no, very sad. Very sad. Certainly if you're English and grown up knowing just that lady, she was special. And MK as well in the same week. You just can't write it. It's just incredible.
To be brutally honest, I'm a lot sadder at Mulrooney passing away. I mean, obviously I'm not English, so I don't have that same connection, but definitely had it with Mulrooney. I mean, she absolutely lit up a room, and
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, her passing was just so... Well, it was unexpected for many, but at the same time, it was just far too early.
Very
amazing
sad.
Player,
very
amazing
sad.
person,
Yeah.
will be missed.
Another good split. And it's dry. Wow. Here we go then. Des gets first bat.
Yes, it is kind of like the Big Guns 2.0, Kingy, except we don't have any Australian players in the event.
We nearly did. Although he's an honorary Australian.
Would have, yeah. When you're born in England, so make of that what you will.
Red's chosen. They're all there.
This is a massive frame for Des. If he can pinch this one, get some table time. Really, he's sort of time at the table switched around quite a lot. I mean, Simon's been having the free reign of this recently, and Des, whilst he's had a few chances here and there, he's not been anywhere near as dominant in terms of time at the table as he was in that first set, or even the first 2 sets.
And I'll always maintain momentum is so key at the moment.
It's massive.
The momentum at the moment is Simon.
Are you calling him a turtle, Liverpool FC?
Poor Baden. Let's get some stick.
He does. He doesn't worry him though, does it?
I don't listen to what people say about him. I like him.
I do too, to be honest. I must fully admit I never used to, but and I'm being 100% serious here. But having actually talked to him more and listening to his interview with Alex on his podcast, it actually genuinely made me see him in a different light. So, I mean, listening to what he said about what he's gone through in life and stuff like that, it just made me think much better about him.
Shot. Good
That's
shot.
a brilliant shot.
Great shot. Close to the black, but yeah, played that well.
Why is Des not using a shark rack?
He doesn't want to.
Yeah, exactly. Choice of the players, they don't have to use one if they don't want to.
I played him the other week.
I
and
think
he didn't
Baden's
use
ears
it.
must have been burning because he's over our shoulders.
Listen, my ears have fell off. Where's my wife? Sounds
Yeah.
like Baden's had a few drinks. You need to chat to Baden. Steve, you talk a lot of sense. Listen, Tara, obviously it sounds like you've been drinking. Steve does not talk sense. You'll find out that next week. And I have been drinking. I'm in a good mood. I'm loving the pool. I'm loving the atmosphere. I've created the first New Zealand-Mexican wave. And we've managed to get it going both ways. And we're all having a good time.
Shot.
And it's great pool. And I'm going to go and do the wave again.
Who's this guy?
Love you,
Yeah.
baby. You're a fantastic wife. I love you to bits.
Message
Baden
for
only
Chloe.
needs a what?
Thimble
Thimble
full
full
of
of ale,
ale.
and he's on his back. Liverpool FC. I don't know who that is. That might be Steve Addison or Jodie Wormsley posting a fake address. Love you, Tars. These guys are doing a great job. Thanks, Steve, for stepping in. I know you've got other things to do on a Saturday night, like staying and listen to your surround sound system. John, I know you've got nothing else better to do on a Saturday night because your life's boring. Paul's playing pokers on his phone. Anyway, thanks guys, appreciate it. If my wife comments, tell her I love her.
Go away now.
Don't be cunts, don't wind me up.
Stop swearing. We're live on air.
I ain't got any here.
Yeah, except in your head, perhaps.
That was another phenomenal break. When you think he's not using that shark rack, it makes you wonder why people are. Thunderous break. Great split. Control on the white was awesome. Right slap bang in the middle of the table, just where you want it. This is another great opportunity to square up this set.
It's funny. I suppose it's not so much a advertisement against the shark rack, that it's just more an advertisement for doing the small things right on the break. I mean, the break is such an important shot, and players practice it time and again. If you deliver a good cue ball through a rack, chances are you will get a good split and you'll get a ball down. I mean,
Yeah, but
you
you
can't always guarantee a ball down.
You're
but
just trying to eradicate the balls not sitting squarely and touching, and that's the problem. And that's what the shark rack solves. But if you're on a new cloth and a new table like these are, then they tend to sit square anyway, and that's probably why he's not bothering using it. But it's interesting, even now there's faint ball lines or dots on the triangle there. You can just see them in this light, where even on a new cloth they're showing that where the balls have been.
I reckon that's because of the small cue ball, and I'll tell you why that is, and it's something that Barry Appleton was telling me. When you strike a set with a small cue ball, especially if you use bottom, the cue ball will dig into the cloth first, and then with all that spin it's got on it from the cue, it'll dig into the cloth.
Yep.
And quite possibly it will cause the balls to do the same thing. Tara, nice.
Yeah, he's had a few, Tara, but he's
Oh, yeah.
alright. You know he's harmless.
Oh, Jakob.
Jakob.
There's a there's a name from the past.
my old Polishest friend from the West Coast. Nice one, Jacob. Miss you, mate.
Miss you as well, man.
Ooh, took a chance there, cannon into that yellow so hard. I thought he was going to be more controlled, but he might have got away with it. Straight in the top, eh?
That gave me massive ABBA vibes, that, didn't it? Take a chance on me.
Yeah, nice. 2-2. Wow, turned this set around, doesn't he?
Indeed.
Yeah, nice. Dry break from Simon, and Des has took full advantage of that. So over to Des's break. Was that Des's? No, that was Des's break.
It was Des's break.
Oh, sorry.
So it was a break and dash.
Sorry.
Much like the Black Seeds, he has certainly turned it around.
Yep.
Good New Zealand sort of reggae / dub band if you're interested. The Black Seeds.
Right, Jacob. Calm down, lad. He doesn't like you that much.
Yes, I do. Not as much as Eleanor, of course, but...
Oh, no. Hey, leave that. We're all married here. Okay, 2-2. This is either to keep Simon in the match or to give Des the victory.
Such a big break, this. Does he get one?
Good split and nothing.
Wait.
No,
Messenger? No. Something like Rob Stone here, commentating on the Tempin Bowling. Do your job, Messenger.
I don't know what that means, John.
Oh, the Messenger is the...
yes, Tara, still first to 3 sets.
You knock over 9 pins in Tempin Bowling, and then 1 pin flies across and knocks over the one left. That's called a Messenger. The pin that comes over and knocks the last one over.
I've learned something there, then. Oh, just crept in. So, here we go. He's plumped for reds. He's got 1 red.
It is indeed Tara, unless Steve just answered that.
Yeah.
So the final will be the same again. So yeah, I mean,
it's
the
another
whole tournament's not changed.
No, that's what I like about this. They've kept everything exactly the same. From way to go, it's the same format, which I think is right. So, how's he going to tackle this one difficult red? He looks like he's...
Have a go. Either have a go now or use that red on the opposite side of the table for it to the middle pocket.
No, he wants to come down off this one over the middle pocket and just give him that angle to get this out, but it also leaves him 2 balls on. Yeah, perfect. So if he doesn't quite make this, he's still got the 2 other balls. As a backup.
Still gets more of a crack at it, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously right now because he's in position for the shot.
This is for the final, folks, so it's a big shot. Oh, he's missed it. And the white's gone in.
What?
Wow.
Are you kidding?
Wow. No, that's massive. What a massive... I would say mistake, because he didn't really... I mean, he played everything perfectly there. He just didn't judge that cannon well at all. To miss all of them, unless he was trying to surgically remove that red, which he failed.
No, I don't think he surgically removed those.
And for the white to go in is just pure bad luck, so... Advantage Simon.
So the stream will be cut after this game is completed, and then we will go to a new stream for the final. There will be an interview with the players, I think before the final.
There'll be an interview at the end of the match with the winner.
Oh yeah, the winner of this game will be interviewed, and then the stream will be cut, and then a new stream will be on for the final, and the final is slated to be played at 8 o'clock, so every chance that we'll get a reasonable sort of break before that. Of course, if Simon takes this set out, then we'll be treated to some more pool before then.
Yep, hill, black ball shootout.
Got a free shot. I just wonder whether you'd want to move some of those yellows bottom left, or whether that's just wishful thinking, or biting off too much.
Is he trying to hit the red? Okay.
Woo!
That's exactly where he's pointing, so whatever his plan is. Does it go in the bottom right, though?
Yeah, no, that's why he punched the table. He wanted that to stop, so it was on there. Because I'm betting he wanted to use that to try and move those other yellows.
Yeah, you could be right there, yep.
That's why he's so hacked off with himself. He might actually have the angle here. This is just off straight. Whether he takes the risk now and does it, I don't know whether it's worth it, but only Simon will know.
But he's in a key position. He's in a good position. When I played him the other week, in a position like this, he'd be looking to develop those balls and lay the white up safe. He wasn't looking to always clear. But I suspect he might do something similar. We'll see.
Well, the tail yellow on the right there does go, so at least that problem can be sorted. It's then managing to work into the other two. I mean, all three of them are on if you remove the first two. So he's going to remove this one now, I'm guessing.
I think
and
he's coming round
the
for
other one on.
He's coming round for the one below the black in the same hole, possibly. Because I'm not sure it goes bottom right. So I think he might be coming between the black and the
exactly.
yellow.
That's what I was
possibly
going to say, yes.
There you go.
So this. Woo. Woo.
That's alright. That's what he was after. Now he can come back up the table for the two to leave that one by the red last.
I feel like I'm almost a cheerleader for the cue ball here. Either that or just trying to apply the handbrake every so often. I know that's what the players will be thinking, like watching it move, they'll be secretly hoping it stops in a certain place.
Now is he on it? That's a great shot. He's got a
wonderful
beautiful
shot.
angle to come off this one for the other one in the same pocket. This has been a really, really excellent clearance so far.
Finals tonight, Alex, 8 p.m. So stick on for that. This stream will be cut after the winner of this match is interviewed, but then the stream will restart for the final. So slated for 8 o'clock. So please make yourself available for then.
Here we go, folks. This is it. Ball's definitely in Simon's court. Yep. One good positional shot, and we're heading for the final set. Which way is he playing the black?
I reckon a wee bit of a stun here and play the black in the middle left pocket.
I think that's probably what he's looking at. As long as he pushes through. Yep.
It'll do nicely.
No, that's good.
It's not too bad. It's not too... Get his bridge nice and comfortably behind the red here.
Here we go then, folks. Square up the whole match. This black. There we go.
Yes.
Nice.
Well, how do you like it? 2 sets apiece.
Laid on
Go
thick.
to a decider.
More excitement the better. Keep them punters tuned in.
Yep. Get more viewers.
Let's get up to 1,000.
Let's get up to 1 million.
I think the Aussie pool started.
Don't, because I'll watch it.
You can watch it tomorrow night.
Are you kidding?
What's that?
Why couldn't they schedule it for a different rugby club? Why do they... Sound is low. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what I say, Tara. Stop stealing my line.
Yeah, but this is it. Tara, good point. I mean, you know, who is going to handle the pressure better? Des is in form of his life and he's confident, and Simon's got the experience. So who is going to hold out for the win? It's very interesting. This is going to define, who knows, the next, era of pool. Could define the next era in pool. It's just the end of the reign.
Oh, yeah.
It's a huge game. Huge set.
winner of this gets to meet Neil Wally in the final. I mean, that game is, no matter who wins this one, is going to be an absolute cracker, because just the styles of pool played. I mean, Neil's such an attacking player, and these two guys will be looking hell for leather to pot balls at this point. But at what point do you think that this could be quite a defensive sort of set, or do you think this will be attacking?
Well, it has been, but I think it's time for Simon to use that tactical knowledge. And there's a start. I mean, because he knows the rules. So does Des, but to ever be the craftiest.
And Des can certainly be crafty. It's just whether he knows when to stick and when to twist. And something that Simon is incredibly good at is knowing when to stick and when to twist, and Des to a certain extent still learning that. But
yeah, I agree.
Des has certainly got the game to just take it away, though, as he did earlier in this match. But does he still have that game?
Well, there's an example. I mean, his balls weren't on for the clearance. He had no advantage. There's no benefit of potting the ball there, and he's hung it, and that was the right thing to do. He's even slightly promoted his other one the other side.
I think this red fits, though, inside that. The one below the black spot, right. I reckon that goes.
Simon will be contemplating the finish because he's been given that opportunity. Can he clear this yellow at the process of potting it? Yeah, he's looking at how he can use that.
I think so.
Yeah. Or does he have to? Maybe if he just rolls forward, he's got a chance of getting those two reds that are stuck together. No, he hasn't hit that. If that was his plan, he's underhit that. Which goes back to what I was talking about. You know, putting top on is so much more difficult, and it's even harder to control to the inch, just because it is so difficult. It's something you just learn.
I think that the prospect of that yellow coming out of the hole might have spooked him a little bit, because that could have easily gotten in front of the cue ball. But
do you think
as it turned out, he didn't even hit it. So,
do you think he's going for 2 in 1?
What do you mean?
He was just looking at
plant.
two reds in the middle, both middles. He was just looking.
Oh, I see the shot. Yeah, could do.
He's looking at both of them. If he plays
each way.
Yeah, that's right. Told you.
Didn't get either of them. Jeez, and he was so close too. I don't know, Daryl, to be fair. I can't really see much from where I'm sitting. But it does sound like there's a few people here.
Yeah, I agree, Kingy. I think momentum is everything, and Simon's on the ascendancy in this match, and his experience will tell. But like I said earlier, don't underestimate Des's ability with his confidence at the moment.
Just about got both of them out.
Like shots like that, for example. Yeah.
He could play the cannon here with this. Not right now, of course, but that yellow that he's just liberated, he could cannon that off the red over that bulk pocket there. He's actually unlocked another shot for himself. I just wonder if he realises that.
Or now. He's coming up into it.
Oh yeah, he goes the other way into it. He can certainly dig enough into this ball so he can put the side on it that he wants.
Just got to hit that side cushion early. Whoa, shot.
That's alright. It's nice and on.
Well, it's more on than it was a minute ago.
Yeah, which is 100% more on. Bit of follow on this.
Ah, steady. Very nice. You're going to play the plant.
Yeah, big plant here. I think the first of those 3 yellows plants into the one over the hole. Maybe via the cushion. Oh, beautiful. And he got on the second one. Shot.
Very nice shot indeed. Very nice.
Can he follow enough?
So controlled.
Can he follow enough on this, or is he naturally going to run into that second yellow from here?
Yeah, the shorter the gap, the harder to
I
get
think-
some top spin on, but I think he's okay. He's got enough room there just to top it through.
I'm just looking at that side view more than this main one, because it's the side view will tell you.
Oh yeah, he has got more of an angle than it looks on this view, yeah. Yeah. Right.
He
Good
did
shot.
flick it, so he didn't have the angle,
No.
but he's manipulated that really well.
Oh, he's all in now. Chips are down.
Where's the black going though? He's a bit straighter than he would have liked here.
Yeah, don't know.
He's looking to go off this top
He's gonna have to
rail
hit it
and
hard.
go up towards the middle pocket here. Which is where he would have gotten, but he didn't pot the ball.
Right, what you got, Simon? Let the tactics begin. Or is he going for it? There's certainly no ball that doesn't go, so if he wants to stay aggressive, then he'll go for this.
Want to go up to
I think he
towards the bulk end of the table here, I think.
Yeah, I think he wanted to come out. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought he was going out for this one between those two, but it doesn't matter. He's got options. Yeah. Nice shot. That's controlled.
Towards bulk. And
Yeah. Just lay this one in the middle, one in the top, the other one in the middle. Leave him nicely on the black.
Stay nice and close to your work here. This
Yeah.
is what I like about this route that he's mapped. Is his route mapping's actually gotten better. You were talking about it before, about how he was a bit shaky when he was down, but now he's done it a hell of a lot better. He's actually found viable and usable routes for the cue ball.
Yeah. Bit of extra confidence and that momentum we're talking about. It's worked wonders. Nice. Potting that with confidence.
Looks like he's got a slight angle on this too, which helps. Just roll towards the black.
Yep.
I think so too, Daryl. You'd better get yourself down here.
Absolutely. Come down. It's great watching live. Shot.
Lovely
Nice.
controlled stroke on the break. You saw that pause before he hit it. That's how you know he's in.
Is that the first time he's led? No, first frame.
The first frame, yeah. He cleared the first frame.
So this is the first time he's led since the first frame.
Correct. That's the time you really want to lead, isn't it? Right at the end.
Yep.
That's when that's when the bucks are made.
Certainly happened to me the other week.
I can't remember when this match started.
Yeah, I don't. How long's it been running?
5:20.
Come up to 2 hours.
Yeah, we come nearly 2 hours.
Get the 20-second clock on them.
20 seconds.
When does the times kick in?
1 hour and 30 minutes, which it's been more than that now, so it should have probably kicked in before the start of the set.
Well, it hasn't been overly slow. There's no
No.
tactical games, but at the end of the day, to be fair to all the other competitors, the time clock should be
It's
kicked
for
in.
everyone,
It
isn't
should be
it?
kicked in for everyone. So this game should be under the clock now.
Yeah, you want to keep it as fair for everyone as you want.
Well, Daniel suddenly
can.
appeared on the scene, so I'm guessing that means the clock is on. So, what's the first stage? 30 seconds a shot.
Yeah, plus one extension per player per game.
Okay, I think we're under 30 seconds a shot with one extension.
I would like to see that undertaken the whole time, to be honest, but this is whether you can actually police it, and
Yeah.
when players at this level know about the time clock, they're going to have to be using it in other big tournaments they play in. 20-6, Mr. Southwest reckons. So
Did it? 20 to 6, okay.
540
Thanks
at
for that.
7:16. So yes, you're right, Mr. Southwest. At just over 1.5 hours.
This is right exactly when they should be timing, so that's good.
Janet Scanlon's appeared on the scene again with a message of support for her son. Definitely down earlier on, Janet, and at one point looking like he was absolutely nowhere, but he's since roared back in a big way.
Yep.
I didn't quite see what the foul was there. Did he go on off the black?
I missed it as well.
And off the break.
Oh, was it? Massive.
He must
This
have
is
done.
massive. Yeah, here we go. Who's going yellows?
Neil Wally won the other semi-final. Oh, he Q-fouled. Okay.
Oh, did he? Sorry, missed that.
Yeah, Neil Wally won the first semi-final over Healy White, so he is in the final awaiting the winner of this match.
Join the darts.
Woohoo! You see that napping late?
That wiped its right foot.
It's been doing that all weekend, Simon. Don't blame the table. Oh, he did he? We actually both missed that, Jan, so good on you, Des, for calling the foul.
Yep, that's great. Weren't too vigilant there, but that's great to see that sportsmanship.
Even the people with the best seat in the house sometimes miss things. It is quite possible that you just get caught up in everything else, or you're talking about aspects of the game and you miss something like that.
He's not going for that, is he?
He is, you know.
No. Didn't even look like it went.
Off the
Okay, that's
the red
risky.
it does.
Okay, shot.
And he's cleared the pocket, so
Nice shot.
that's the route he's chosen.
The angle on this television screen is this monitor. You just
It
can't see it.
it makes it difficult, but then again, if you're in this seat as often as I am, I can actually see the angles better. Damned if I can play the shots, but I can see the angles better.
Is that why you brought your own commode? So you can sit and you don't have to get the look. I wonder what that was you're sitting on.
Should be able to just coast for this, the second yellow, the one below the black spot. It's the one above that he'll play first. This surely has to pass the black, otherwise why would he be even on it?
Yeah.
Asking a silly question here.
Oh, that's a massive miss. Massive miss. Okay, there's your up. Here's your chance. You don't get many.
Why that wasn't.
Straight away looking at that one on the left hand cushion at the top there.
These are not simple either.
No, they're not. No.
You get the feeling those two reds in the middle are crucial for this clearance. You use one to get on one red down the rail and the other one to get on the other one. I think that's what he'll be doing.
Yeah.
If he can leave that one on the left,
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
closest to the bottom left corner pocket.
Oh
If he
no,
can-
hold on. Jeez.
That's all right.
Quite sure what that was.
That's
If he intended
exactly-
that's incredible.
I think he intended that. Because look at the angle he's left.
Yeah, but to get through the gap of that yellow and that black was pretty fine.
Yeah, but that's what you practice for, isn't it? Positional shots that involve
I don't
stroke.
practice them.
Well, he does, obviously.
He's still got that problem ball, so not sure what he's thinking, but
He must look to try to get this inside the yellow here.
maybe he's going to
Between
stand
the
up
yellow
there.
and the
Yeah,
rail.
yeah.
Leave himself nice
Yeah.
and straight on it.
And then just leave it straight for the long screw back for the one in the middle, yeah. Oh.
That'll do.
Oh, well, he's all in.
Whereas a slight angle here actually helps because you can just put it in pocket weight and be nice and straight. I mean, it's a longer shot, but Des has been slotting these with regularity, so imagine fully that that's the way he'll go. rugby's called an extension here, and the referee has told the players that it's a 30-second shot clock.
Yeah, good shot.
Oh, cued with absolute precision, that. The final's being played at 8 PM, Nicky. Right now the time is 7:22, so roughly 38 minutes. Perfect again.
Very nice clearance from a mistake from Simon, so pause for thought there. 1-1, race to 3.
Full punishment.
Race, it's not, is it? It's
a race to 2 now.
2 frames, and then that black ball shootout, I think I predicted.
Yeah, you might be right, you know. I mean, both of those results are possible.
Both
the black
are still
ball shootout
possible, yeah,
and
yeah.
what I thought would happen.
Did you put a bet on? I did.
No, I didn't put a bet on. I'm not really a betting person.
No, nor me. But I'm regretting not betting on that.
So players literally and figuratively cannot be separated here. 2 sets apiece, 1 game apiece. This set, winning this game guarantees black ball shootout for one player.
God, look at that.
Oh, get a ball,
That's
please.
incredible, what a break.
Nothing down though. Didn't get a damn thing off it.
Interesting, one of each set is stuck to the top cush. That makes that interesting. The black is close to the pocket. Could be something that comes into play if you take control of that pocket. Apart from that, I don't know. Fair game. Probably favour reds.
I'll definitely favour reds. Well, more so because you can't get on a yellow from here, so, I mean, you're kind of forced into reds.
Yeah.
But now that you've got them, you need to make the most of them.
So someone will be looking to get up to the top there to get that one, probably off this next 2. This one in the middle, one in the top, and then cruise forward to get that yellow on the
yellow
top.
The yellow
Red.
next to the red sort of middle left of table could be a real problem. Because if you're wanting to go towards bulk, then off either of these 2, then that actually blocks your path. So...
Oh, he's going off this one up to the top, isn't he? Sorry, I thought he was screwed about further, but he's going for the other one in the same pocket to come up for that.
The
Red
angle
at the
that he's
top.
got off this, he can possibly deflect off the yellow if he wants to.
Yeah, he's gone too far.
He's actually managed to miss that yellow somehow and go behind the second one, so...
That's a bad mistake.
Obviously I didn't quite see the angle as well. Those 2 yellows prevent Simon from being able to dribble this to block the 8 as well. So, have to cut this in, I'd say. This is a tough cut into the middle pocket.
Oh, it's going down out.
He still tried it. He's ended up the wrong side of it though. Tried to play the little cannon off the black and sit the red in front of it. Also though, and something I didn't recognise, is that the leave is not so great. There is a plant here, but it's a pressure plant, and Des's cueing will be tested here. That's pretty good.
Do you think he'll try this red off the top to try and get it down to cover the black pocket?
The double.
Yes. Oh
Very-
no! Oh, you can see this one. Oh yeah,
You
no,
can
no,
see this
okay.
one.
So this will definitely be his shot. He's got to try and cover this pocket. Definitely doesn't want this going in. Out.
That'll do.
Great shot. Good control. It's so difficult to hang a ball so close to the
Yeah,
in the
it
jaws,
is.
and there's nothing getting by that. So that's an excellent shot.
You see players aiming more up the cushion for those, so it hits the jaw and it just sits in,
Yeah.
rather than aiming to brush off the jaw and sit
And he probably
there.
hit the cushion where, you know,
That was
perpendicular to the
Bolters.
black, and it still sat nicely on the pocket. Oh, is it going to reach? Is it going to reach? Oh, yeah.
Yes, but it doesn't go in.
Now he's got a chance. Now he's bought himself some time to play with this ball at the top and get it out.
He's also given himself a chance to play a carom here. Off that rail near with the left jawers, bottom left, and carom off the yellow. I reckon that's the shot because I get the feeling that red could be on if that yellow's removed. Oh, he ground into it too much, but that's not bad.
It's not bad. He was on the other red as well, look at that.
Yeah, that's why he was annoyed with himself. He knew he'd left himself a shot on that ball, so the finish was on if he'd got that. I just wonder if he can thin cut this,
Go for
yellow
it.
at
Yeah,
some
yeah,
point
yeah.
and play
Good
a skill
shout.
shot. Maybe
Good
not
shout.
off this, maybe not now. If he can leave himself a better cut on this.
I think he's going for it, John.
This does cut though.
Oh,
Got it!
great shot.
Oh, and then he's left a plant as well. Plant down the rail. He can give himself a better shot on it too. I'll tell you what, there's a chance here.
Yep.
That could come off. I'm looking at the bottom left of the table. That yellow could come off the inside of the jaw and off the red. See, have a look at it. It's on from where he is now. There's nothing else that he can really play. Play it now. Oh, what? Surely that has to come off the red and drop. If anything, he's hit it too hard because
I think he
he's
just
actually flicked the red, but
think
of how hard he hit it, it didn't deflect enough.
Did you notice he just went up to that yellow and abused it?
Yeah, that's what I would have done.
He swore
too.
at it. It's not going to help.
No, it doesn't change anything. Don't know if this actually passes that yellow next to it. I'm looking at the red closest to the cue ball.
He can certainly flick his other red over the hole. He definitely needs to do something with that. Oh, okay. I still say that's advantage, Des, yeah.
I would too.
They're on.
Well,
They're on.
They're on, and
Yep, you just
can
use
at
that
least-
one bottom left to get onto that one next left of the white for the last ball. Yeah, he's going to go for these. I would as well.
clear the mess down this
Especially
end
with
of
that
the
red stuck
table,
on the
and
top
then
cushion.
You clear the bulk end of the table first, and then work your way back down here.
No, he's coming down this way.
Doing it now, okay.
Oh, he's tried
On
to clear
again,
him.
it's not come
He's
off.
tried to clear him again. He's tried to be too clever. You don't need alls to be clever. Keep it simple. I know what he was trying to do there, but he could have afforded to drop that in and played that rogue yellow down the bottom there, and he would have had the clearance on still.
I don't mind what he tried to do there, because look at the result he would have achieved. He would have been bang on for a finish there, whereas if you play that the way you suggest, there's a chance it still sits in the road.
Well, we'll see, because he's given Simon a great chance. Big hole at the top left. That's how he gets down onto this one, look. I think
Imagine
he
a
might.
bit of top left here. Top left come off the side rail as well, maybe. Come around that yellow in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I agree, Kingy. It is a huge chop up. We'll see if it costs him.
Screw back.
No,
What sort of
he's not
kiss?
on it.
No.
He's not on it. He's not on it.
Any cannon?
Can't make this
Can you
up. It's
make-
great, isn't it? Good stuff, eh, John?
Oh, it's brilliant.
It's just sporting entertainment at its best.
You see what pressure does to otherwise brilliant pool players
Yeah,
too.
absolutely.
Double, he's gone for it.
Oh, good effort.
Get in the way at
Oh, and he's left a big
least.
hole.
Oh,
He's
you
left a big
dirty
hole.
mongrel.
Don't go anywhere, folks. This is going to the wire.
Black ball shootout. You heard it from Steve. Very much a possibility here. This time he does flick it in. Failed his first 2 times.
I was going to say,
time's the charm.
he's had 2 attempts and now he's got one, so good for him.
Just a wee screw back. It'll do. Now he needs to get that cue ball in between the rail and the yellow and pop out the other side of it.
Sure.
Yeah, lovely.
Beautiful.
Got in deep behind it too. He didn't slide towards it, he went right in behind.
So it looks like Des is going to secure himself at least the very minimum of black ball shootout with this black. And then it's up to Simon to catch up now.
How's you killing, Des?
Nice.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. So Des Wilcox gets to the mini hill first. 2 games to 1. If Simon wins this, we will have a black ball shootout. Yeah, mini hill in terms of games within a set. More than 250 people viewing at the moment, and hopefully that number will increase at the final.
It's great viewing figures. We appreciate all the support. Share it as well and subscribe, and let's keep the ball rolling. Finals coming up, 8 o'clock. You don't want to miss that either.
Chaz and Dave.
But before that, you don't want to miss potentially a black ball shootout between 2 of New Zealand's top players. Now that is a test to behold.
It's gold viewing, that, isn't it? Platinum viewing even. Simon to break frame, wins this. Sudden death.
Oh, he's got one.
Speaking,
He's
got
made
one.
it, and he's got one. He's got 2 yellows. Here we go, folks.
Did he want that second one to go?
Probably not.
It would have been better over the hole, wouldn't it?
Probably not, but still. Hey, look, they're there.
It should be. You're right, Kingy. But then again, that previous match between Healy and Neil had exactly the same drama as this one. I said to these guys, see if you can top this game and that game, and they're doing their absolute damnedest to do so.
I'll be tempted here to take this bottom right and drift right to the top. He's not going to hold for that one on the rail, so let's get right to the top, clear that ball. I think he's looking at it.
Take the one, bottom left, does it cut?
Sorry, bottom right. Go for this one here and drift up for this one right at the top. Get them 2 out of the way.
This is a massive shot, this.
Here we go. Oh, he's gone for the split. Oh, so great.
Yes, he does. Mwah.
What a shot. That's just sublime.
That's a potential frame-winning shot, that.
Should be.
Now he just needs to control these 2 at the bulk end and come back down table, and it should be relatively simple from there. Pressure is for tyres. You did right, Kingy.
Oh, has he come down just?
Might be slightly
just
short of
okay.
this.
He wanted to be a little bit further, but
if he rolls this in pocket weight, he should be okay.
He should be alright.
Because the cue ball will be going 1-2 rails and should stay away from getting behind the reds.
And the reds make a big pocket for the black. Oh! Here we go.
Meant that in with every inch of his being there.
Huge pocket for the black.
We screw back.
Oh, I don't
to
know.
check the pocket slightly.
I think so. I think he can,
he's got
good. He can get his hand on. He's queuing. Yeah, it's fine. What a great semi-final this has turned out to be. And you can't get any closer than this.
Focus on what you want, Simon. Do you want it off the red or do you want it straight in?
Straight in.
Just straight in. I wouldn't even look at the reds. Pretend the reds aren't there. Just pop the damn ball.
Yeah, people are talking. Just taking a wee change of bridge. Nice.
Yes. Black ball shootout. Here we come.
Get comfy in your chairs, folks. This is going to get exciting.
shootout. This is going to be for an extra $2,000.
$2,000, 10 blacks. Potentially 10 blacks.
Well, who would have thought at the beginning of the third set, right?
2-0 down.
Des 2-0 up and queuing like an absolute dream, and Simon getting down on himself, but the champion player that he is, he's picked himself right back up, and now he's got a chance to sink a few blacks to get himself to the final. I'll tell you what though, Desi won't back down from this. This will take this as the opportunity to secure it for himself.
This is I mean, with what's at stake, a place in the final, money aside, you know, it's nice. The pressure of who's the best in this game with the crowd. This is as much pressure as it gets. Yeah, it's great. I mean, whoever wins or takes this out thoroughly deserves it.
I believe you can, Kingy, if you subject them to extreme pressure.
It's just a reminder of you've seen the Blackpool shootout, so you get 5 shots to the back, 2 from the left, 2 from the right, and 1 in the centre. And if it goes to there, you can put the cue ball anywhere behind the ball club.
So if you didn't hear that, that's 5 blacks each, 2 with the white ball on the left and 2 on the right, and finally 1 in the centre spot. Penalty shootout, basically.
Indeed, and then it becomes sudden death if it's tied after 5.
And of course, the one from the centre of the bault line, the centre spot at the top of the D, the problem with that shot is, of course, the in off. So if it does get to there, that makes that shot even more difficult. Because that white just wants to go in the bottom corner as well.
Yeah, and if players do scratch on the attempt at the black, then it counts as an unsuccessful attempt. So it doesn't matter whether you make the ball or not. Got to make sure you keep the cue ball on the table. Black to decide who gets the first dig.
I think Si's got it. Yep.
Yeah. Simon just by about the width of the ball. It's been a fantastic match so far. Let's send it out the right way.
Small advantage, yeah, definitely going first. Get the first one on the board, pile the pressure on Des. And Simon is such a master cueist with his state-of-the-art cue and his velvet glove and his smooth cue action.
Ooh.
Bastard.
Right, first attempt. Simon Singleton. And he makes it. Over to you, Des. What can you do?
So this is Des's attempt from the same side.
So the game score here is representing the number of blacks potted in the shootout.
It's absolutely silent in there. They can hit everything you say.
Desi responds. 1 attempt each, 1 success each.
Now 1 from the left, from the right, each. Sorry, I got to talk quiet because it's so quiet in here.
True that, it's like being in a snooker tournament now. Except for the music, of course.
Here we go. Wow.
Yes, he's absolute nails. 2 from 2.
Didn't allow missing. Excellent. Centre of the pocket.
Now, how does Des respond? From the right. Nowhere
First miss.
near.
That was quite a way off for Des, that was. So, advantage Simon. On to the third attempt. This time from the left again.
That sounded ugly off the cue too. I just wonder whether he might not have chalked it enough.
Don't forget, this is a whole different experience for these players.
Definitely. Well, pulls away. Fair enough. Chalky cue. Have another look.
Clinical.
Bang.
Clinical. Well, this is where the hours of practice playing single shots come in. Not saying you planned for this, but anyway, there's to keep in the match. Needs this desperately.
Pretty much needs to drop to have any chance, really.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't made the adjustment.
So the pressure's really showing on Des at the moment. Simon doing what he always does.
This shot is for the match.
Well, this is for the match.
Be as simple as that, really.
Just taking a few extra seconds, knowing the importance.
There's no time clock on this.
This to take Simon to the final against Neil Wally. Nice. Very nice.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Awesome.
4-1 Blackpool shootout.
Everything you
Simon
could wish
O'Keefe's.
for. Everything you could wish for in a game of Paul Eric, Simon. Comebacks from a losing position. Great match. Great final. It's going to be. And if I'm honest, Neil and Simon have got some bit of history in regards to results when they've played in the Super League. It's not all one way with Simon. Neil's got, has had the edge on Simon quite a few times, so it's going to make for a fascinating final. So enjoy. Thanks for watching.
Indeed, from Steve Denton, Stevie D, and myself, John the Voice Saundercock. One more game to go as the final in about 15 minutes, so the stream will be cut, but then it will be restarted for the final, so please stick around. We will cross for an interview first, and then the stream will be cut and resumed, so please don't go anywhere.
Nice.
Wow, what a semi-final. We actually said before that match, how on earth are they going to top the first semi-final? You went and bloody did it, gave us the shootout. Simon, talk us through the emotions of that shootout.
Just the whole match, unbelievable. Honestly, I know people say things after matches and in the heat of the moment and stuff, but nobody in New Zealand has ever made me feel that, like, if I Adam Lily's birthday, so they're all singing. Yeah, no one in New Zealand has ever made me feel like if I dry break, I'm not going to come back to the table again until I break. Like that's like literally what it's like on the international scene, and just the standard that Des played at was just phenomenal. Like he put me under so much pressure. I was making mistakes. I mean, I took a massive clearance first frame, and then he's rattled off pretty much 6 out of 7 8-balls or something, and I missed a black that I shouldn't have missed off the rail, and missed another tough black, but I just had to really dig in, and it was one of those things where, like, if you'd have beat me 3-0, I'd have still sat here and said the same thing. Like, I'd have felt the same. It was so good. Like, that is literally the standard that we're aiming for, like, for everyone. And we just set the bar there. Like, and because I've still felt good. I just wasn't getting to the table. Like, my brakes were dry, and Des was braking and clearing. And I just thought, it'll swing, you know. And this game's all about pressure. Like, he put the pressure on me, and I sort of buckled on a couple of shots. And then once his brakes dried up, it flipped, and I was able to keep my composure and clear and put the pressure on him. And then when you're feeling that pressure, that scoreboard pressure, like, things get a little bit trickier. And like, there was times there where Des didn't really do anything wrong. He just landed like an inch out of position or something, or missed like a plant just or something, and it was just insane. Like, what a match. And I know the shootout was my idea, but I'm regretting it now. Like, even though I won, like, that was, I've never felt nerves like that on 4 shots. I know I made them all, but on the inside, like, I could feel like I was shaking, like, on the inside, and just had to focus on staying down on the shot and just queuing through the ball, and and I got it, and now I've got to go and do it again.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, you actually put together that video in the player group chat explaining and demonstrating how we were going to do the shootout. Did you actually practice it much aside from that video demonstration?
I won't tell you how many edits I did. I mean, no one's going to believe me, but I've played like an hour or 2 since the Super League. Like, I haven't had time to practice. Nobody believes me, but you know, because it's been stressful trying to organise all this, and I sort of come here more focusing on the event itself. Like, we've put in 6 months of work for this. Like, we've shared I've probably spoke to you more times on the phone than I've spoke to my missus over the last 6 months. And there's so much to it, the organising, as people out there will know. And we've tried to make it as professional as we can. Like, we've done so much research online with structures for timings and everything. And it just feels like I'm so proud, because I feel like we've nailed it. And we're having so many of these shootouts and these like moments, and I sort of didn't really think about playing, to be honest. Like, I sort of was still running around clearing glasses, and then you're like, right, the clock's on, you're on, and I'm like, okay. Like, I never hit a ball this morning until my match, and so it's a completely different preparation for me, but for some reason it worked. Like, and I've just felt good all weekend. Like, I played really, really good, and again, they're really, really good. So I'm happy, over the moon, as you can tell. So I'm rambling on.
All right, well, we'll let you go, Simon. You've only got about sort of 10 minutes before we get the final underway, but I think we're going to be cutting the stream. So keep an eye out. We'll get the new stream up and running probably in about 5 minutes or so. Thanks, guys.